upang matugunan ang mga kinakaharap na pagsubok ng mga guro at mag-aaral sa gitna ng kasalukuyang pandemya. Nagsanib tulong sina Congressman Charlie Cojuangco ng unang distrito ng Tarlac, DEPED Region 3 Regional Director Dr. May B. Eclar at Tarlac Schools Division Superintendent Dr. Ronaldo Pozon para sa isang napapanahong proyekto na tinaguriang Project Shine, Aral TarlakHenyo. Ang mga mag-aaral ng Grade 4 at Grade 5, ganun din ang Grades 8 and 9 sa buong probinsya ng Tarlac, kasalukuyang sumasailalim sa radio-based instruction. Katuwang ang himpilang DZTZ 828 kHz AM at RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Ang Tarlac po nangunguna po ngayon pagdating po sa radio-based instruction. Marami pong humahanga sa atin. I'm very happy this station, itong DCTC, could reach the whole of Region 3. Hindi natin alam. We are contributing. We are creating a very big dent in the history of Philippine education. And I am proud. I am here in Tarlac. This is the noble cause of education in which you and I, without you knowing it, we are bound to do.
Project natin na Project Shine is a natural consequence dahil sa nangyari sa buong mundo. Let's continue to work together. I think it's very Filipino to practice bayanihan in anything or most of the things that we do. And this is a manifestation of that. No? We have private sector, we have DEPED, we have local government, all working together. And I hope the parents of some of these children, especially the parents that did not graduate from school or hindi nakapag-aral nung sila ay bata, sana naman gamitin na nila itong opportunity na mag-schooling na rin sila kasama ng mga anak nila para mag-bonding pati ang mga magulang sa mga bata. I look at this as doing God's work. Diba? So if you do God's work, it feels right. It's righteous. It's for good, not for evil.
Good morning and happy learning, grade 4. Welcome to
Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Simulcast over DZTZ 828, Radio Filipino Tarlac.
I am Teacher Mercy Pacheco Bognot.
This is Alistair Aidatu.
I am Marie Josephine B. Andrade.
I am Teacher Princess Marie M. Dueñas, and I will be your teacher broadcaster for today.
Good afternoon, Grade 8 learners. Welcome to Project Shine, Aral TarlakHenyo, here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26, simulcast over DCTC 828, Radio Filipino Tarlac. We are also streaming live via Facebook page and YouTube channel of RTV Tarlac Channel 26 and via Converge TV Channel 100. Join me in learning today. Broadcasting live here in Arangoren, Tarlac via remote live broadcast. This is teacher broadcaster Angeli T. Bagsik, your English teacher for today. I am happy to join you today as we venture on another exciting learning in fourth quarter of English 8. At this point, we are on the first most essential learning competency for the fourth quarter. Congratulations for your dedication in pursuing your studies amid the challenges of this pandemic. To see that you are with me virtually, kindly comment your name, section, and school in our Facebook comment section. I would be glad to see you participate and learn. Before we start the lesson, make sure that you have with you your learning activity sheet, pen and paper, or answer sheet. Make yourself comfortable as we begin our lesson. Be confident to key in your answers on our Facebook comment section. Let's start. Kindly focus your attention on the screen. Give your best to answer this review activity. Let us recall. Learners, you need to identify whether the underlined phrases in every sentence is parallel or not. Write P if the phrases are parallel and NP if not parallel. Write your answers on your answer sheet. You have 3 seconds to answer every item. Also, you may type in your answers in our comment section. Your answers are much appreciated. Are you ready? I am sure that you are ready and you can still remember what Sir Aga taught you last time. Let's begin. Number 1. The student decided to change his face mask and to wash his hands after spending time outside. Is it P or NP? What do you think is the answer? The answer on number 1 is P. To change and to wash are parallel. Great job, learners with correct answer. Number 2. To walk in another man's shoes is knowing him. Is it P or NP? You may also type in your answer in our comment section. The answer in number 2 is NP. To walk and knowing are not parallel. The first one is infinitive and the other one is gerund. Good job for getting the correct answer. Now, let's have the third item. 3 seconds to answer. To achieve our goals is to fulfill our dreams with a resilient heart. What do you think is the answer? The answer is P. Great job! To achieve and to fulfill are infinitives. Continue to key in your answers. Our next item is number 4. The students have a great chance to achieve the objectives and to accomplish the tasks. Do you think your answer is correct? Let's find out. The answer is letter P, parallel. To achieve and to accomplish are both infinitives. Very good, learners. Let's answer the final item. The teacher advised the class to finish the activity and presenting their answers in front. The answer in number 5 is NP. To finish is not congruent with the gerund presenting. I hope that everybody got a good score in our review time. You all did a great job. I am sure that your previous teacher broadcaster, Teacher Aga, is very proud of you. Thank you for your participation. I could say that you are now ready to proceed to our lesson proper. Let's start. Our lesson for today is 4th quarter, MELC 1. Using appropriate grammatical signals or expressions suitable to each pattern of idea development. We'll focus on general to particular. As you learn, you'll be able to achieve the following objectives. Identify general to particular grammatical signals or expressions used in the idea development. Second, use appropriate general to particular grammatical signals or expressions. Let us understand what grammatical signals and expressions are. Grammatical signals or expressions guide the reader and listener through the flow of ideas in the text. They also relate and connect the sentences to each other. Also, they are called transitional devices. Bear in mind as well that grammatical signals are writing devices that serve to maintain text coherence. Today, we'll focus on the structural pattern general to particular. This pattern of idea development makes use of grammatical signals to convey thoughts in a deductive way. This means that general to particular pattern introduces first the general idea before the specific points. Here are the common transitions used in this pattern. The transitional devices first, second, last, also, Finally, next are used to show sequence. For example, for instance, in fact, namely, such as, like, are grammatical signals to illustrate or to give examples. As a result, as I have said, as mentioned earlier, in other words, in short, therefore, to summarize are used to show summary and conclusion. Let us put these concepts into the following examples. I can play quite a few musical instruments, for instance, the flute, the guitar, and the piano. In this sentence, I can play quite a few musical instruments is the general idea. It gives you the idea that the speaker can play a few musical instruments. The particular ideas are added as specific details using the grammatical signal, for instance. Remember that the grammatical signal in this sentence is for instance. When this is used, it shows examples or illustrations. Moving forward, for instance, the flute, the guitar, and the piano are the particular ideas. These refer to the general idea, musical instruments. Let us have another example. Examine the ideas presented in this second example. Read with me. When describing the rainy season from your window pane, first, you see how the rain falls on the tree leaves. Second, you smell how the rain's odor blends with the smell of the soil. Last, you hear the tapping of the rain against the ground. Look carefully at the highlighted signals, as well as the ideas presented in white and yellow font colors. What do you think is the general idea in this paragraph? The general idea in this statement is when describing the rainy season from your window pane. Let us see what are the specific details that are related to describing the rainy season. Join me in identifying the first particular idea in this example. First, you see how the rain falls on the tree leaves is the first particular idea. The word first is the grammatical signals in this example that shows general to particular pattern of ideas. It shows sequence when used in a sentence or paragraphs. Let's now find out which is the second particular idea in our example. The sentence, second, you smell how the rain's odor blends with the smell of the soil is the second specific idea in this example. The grammatical signal that connects it to the other ideas is the word second. Similar to the signal first, it is used to show sequence. Let's look for the third particular idea in the same example. Try to examine and identify the next idea. I am sure you were able to identify it correctly. The sentence last, you hear the tapping of the rain against the ground, is our third particular idea. And this idea is connected to the other parts of the paragraph with the aid of the grammatical signal last. This shows that the idea presented is the final additional information to the general idea when describing the rainy season from your window pane. Here is another example of general to specific pattern of idea development. I hope that our lesson is getting clearer in every example that we have. The kids in our barrio receive scholarships. In other words, they can attend school for free and fulfill their dreams in the future as scholars. The kids in our barrio receive scholarships is the general idea in this pattern of idea development. In other words, they can attend school for free and fulfill their dreams in the future as scholars shows the particular ideas in this example. More importantly, the general and particular ideas are linked using the grammatical signal, in other words. This grammatical signal indicates conclusion of the general idea. Now that you learned the general and particular pattern and the important grammatical signals that are used to express this structure effectively, let us have the following activities. Do not forget to give the best that you can in answering your activities. Share your answers on our comment section if you are joining me today through our Facebook page. Let us apply. Identifying general to particular grammatical signals. Directions. Identify the grammatical signal used in the following sentences. Write your answers on your answer sheet. You have 3 seconds to answer every item. Focus and have a great time answering. Number 1. There are different ways in order to prevent the spread of the virus. For example, people often wash their hands and use face masks when they go outside. What is the grammatical signal used? Share your answer in our comment section. The correct answer is, for example. This grammatical signal indicates particular examples. I could see that there are learners who got it right. Great job! Our second item is, Tarlac Province is famous for its tourist spots, namely Monasterio de Tarlac, Tarlac Recreational Park, Capas National Shrine, and Busa River. What is the grammatical signal used? Share your answer in our comment section. The signal used is, namely. This grammatical signal provides us with examples of famous tourist spots. If you got it correct, good job! Namely Monasterio de Tarlac, Tarlac Recreational Park, Capas National Shrine, and Busa River are the particular ideas. Number 3. TarlakHenyos show support for their presidential candidates. In fact, there were some campaign rallies held in Tarlac attended by thousands of people. What is the grammatical signal used? Share your answer in our comment section. If your answer is, in fact, you are correct. You are doing great. This grammatical signal illustrates TarlakHenyos show support for their presidential candidates is the general idea. In fact, there were some campaign rallies held in Tarlac attended by thousands of people is the particular idea. The fourth item is, learning continues during the pandemic as Filipinos utilize different learning modalities such as modular learning and online learning. What is the grammatical signal used? Share your answer in our comment section. The answer is, such as. This transitional device provides us with more examples of different learning modalities. I hope that you got it correctly. If you did, bravo! We are down to the last number of this activity. Filipino resiliency is what the Philippines offers to the world. For instance, when typhoons hit our country, the citizens manage to recover and remain hopeful. What is the grammatical signal used? Share your answer in our comment section. The correct answer for this item is, for instance. To those who got all the items, very good. For others who got mistakes, that's all right. We have more activities for you to learn. You can make it this time. Here is our second activity. Continue giving your best. Activity 2. Using general to particular grammatical signals in jumbled letters. Directions. Arrange the jumbled letters to form the grammatical signal appropriate to the general to a particular pattern of the sentences. Write your answers on your answer sheet. You got 3 seconds to answer each item. This is our first sentence. Filipinos are constantly hospitable, blank. We welcome our visitors with joy, and we offer them the best dishes. Look at the jumbled letters to unfold the answer. The correct answer is also. It is a grammatical signal that adds the specific details. I hope that everybody got this right. Filipinos are constantly hospitable is the general idea. Also, we welcome our visitors with joy and we offer them the best dishes are the particular ideas. Number 2. When serving the best Philippine dishes, Filipinos prepare food blank adobo, kinilaw, kare-kare, and sisig. Comment your answer on our comment section. Let's see if you got the correct answer. The answer is like. It gives the specific examples of the best Philippine dishes. Great job, learners! When serving the best Philippine dishes, Filipinos prepare food is the general idea. Like adobo, kinilaw, kare-kare, and sisig are the particular ideas. Here is our third item. Filipinos give their best smile in welcoming other races. Blank, we let our guests feel at home, enjoy our culture, and remember that it is more fun in the Philippines. The grammatical signal appropriate for this sentence is, in other words. Indeed, Filipinos give their best smiles. I hope that you are all smiling because you got the right answer. Filipinos give their best smile in welcoming other races is the general idea. In other words, we let our guests feel at home, enjoy our culture, and remember that it is more fun in the Philippines are the particular ideas. Here is our fourth sentence. Tourists have their own reasons in returning to our country. Blank, they like our friendliness. Supply the correct grammatical signal. Also share your answer in our comment section. The correct answer is first. This grammatical signal enumerates a particular idea. I could see correct answers from the comment section. Great job! Tourists have their own reasons in returning to our country is the general idea. First, they like our friendliness is the particular idea. Time could be so fast when we enjoy learning. Look, we are down to the last item. Foreigners love the ways we remain positive. Blank, staying hopeful amid the pandemic and resilient in times of hardship. Arrange the letters to get the correct answer. The answer is such as. This grammatical signal gives us the ways we remain positive. Count your correct answers. I believe that this time you understand our lesson even more because you learn by doing. Good job! Let us strengthen the new learning that you gained today through this task. Complete the sentences in the paragraph with the correct grammatical signals for general to a particular pattern of ideas by choosing your answers from the box below. Write your answers on your answer sheet. You are given 3 seconds for every item. Let us answer number 1. To secure the safety of everyone in school, we follow strictly the safety protocols. Number 1 missing answer. Our temperature is checked through a thermal scanner before entering our school. What is the correct grammatical signal for this sentence? The answer is first. This introduces the first particular idea. Great job! How about for number 2 missing answer? We log in on the contact tracing form upon entry. The answer is second. Let us have item 3, missing answer. Some schools have prepared individual QR code for everyone. The answer on the third item is, in fact. If you got it correctly, good job! This grammatical device shows a particular idea. Number 4, missing answer. We wash our hands on the accessible wash area. Number 5, missing answer. We sanitize using the alcohol, change our face mask, and wear our indoor slippers available on the doorway before entering the classroom. The answer on the fourth item is third. The grammatical signal third introduces the third specific idea in the given sequence. And for our last item, last is the correct answer. If you observe, the grammatical signals used in this paragraph about safety protocols in school have the purpose of showing sequence. Congratulations! You did well in our task. Indeed, learning English is fun, especially when we learn together. To ensure the application of your learning and your takeaways, here's your 5-item post activity. Complete the sentences with the appropriate grammatical signals and specific points. Write your answers on your answer sheet. Remember to give your best and continue learning amid the challenges of this pandemic. I am so proud of your effort and dedication. Also, consult your teacher for some questions regarding this task. Here are the given items. Number 1, we can have different outdoor activities to keep us healthy. Number 2, our fellow men help the victims of typhoons through bayanihan. They do acts of kindness. Number 3, Tarlac is admired for having nice places. Number 4, we want to avoid damages caused by typhoons. Number 5, every student who develops good study habits acquires positive effects in their studies. There you have it. I had so much fun teaching you today. Before we end this discussion, my big thanks to all our active listeners and viewers for this afternoon. You did great. Always bear in mind that grammatical signals or expressions guide you through the flow of ideas in the text. They also relate and connect the sentences to each other. Grammatical signals are also called transitional devices. More so, general to particular pattern introduce first the general idea before the specific points. In your everyday living, you make use of this pattern to express yourself well. Keep on tuning in to RTV Tarlac Channel 26 and DCTC 828 Radyo Pilipino Tarlac. For more fun and educational broadcasts, like our Facebook page and subscribe to RTV Tarlac Channel 26 YouTube channel and get exciting lessons and learn. Join Teacher Myra Pangan in another exciting lesson on Thursday. This has been Angeli T. Bagsik, your teacher broadcaster for today. As we conclude our English time, I would like to remind everyone that at the end of the day, remind yourself that you did the best that you could, and that is good enough. Thank you and see you next time, grade 8 learners.
Ang ASEAN New Zealand Afforestation Project o ANZAP ay sumusunod at umaayon sa isa sa 5 haligi ng Provincial Government of Tarlac, kalikasan muna. Although Tarlac is landlocked, the province is teeming with natural resources and beauty, and we TarlakHenyos are the stewards of this bounty.
Alam niyo ba, ang Balanggiga Bells ay kinuha ng mga sundalong Amerikano bilang war trophies pagkatapos ng Balanggiga Massacre noong 1901? Matapos ang 117 years, na ibalik ng US noong December 11, 2018 ang iconic church bells sa Pilipinas. Ang church bells na ito ay naglalarawan ng kalayaan, katapangan at pananampalataya ng mga Pilipino. Alam niyo na! Yan ang Balanggiga Bells.
Kumusta mga giliw kong tagapakinig?
Nagbabalik ang inyong paaralang panghimpapawid
Aral TarlakHenyo
sa RTV Tarlac, Channel 26
At sa bayang naririnig sa DZTC 828
Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
Tayo rin ay napapanood sa FB Live ng RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
Sumasahing papawid mula sa bayan ng Pura Tarlac.
mula sa bayan ng San Clemente.
Mula rito sa Purok Elementary School, Pura Tarlac.
sa bayan ng Kapas Tarlac.
Ako, ang inyong guro, na maghahatid sa inyo ng makabuluhang pagtalakay sa ating aralin.
Alam niyo ba na ang gitnang Luzon ay tinaguri ang banga ng bigas ng bayan at kamalig ng palay ng Pilipinas dahil dito nagbumula ang malaking produksyon ng bigas sa ating bansa. Ito ay binubuo ng mga lalawigan ng Aurora, Bataan, Pampanga, Nueva Ecija, Zambales at Tarlac. Ugaliin nating manood ng Aral TarlakHenyo Lunes hanggang Biyernes alas 8:30 ng umaga hanggang alas 5:30 ng hapon. Ako si Binibining Pia Isrin Capiral, ang inyong teacher broadcaster sa Araling Panlipunan dito sa Project Shine Aral TarlakHenyo. Lagi nating tandaan ang pag-aaral ng Araling Panlipunan ay tungo sa daan ng pagiging makadiyos, makakalikasan, makatao at makabansa.
Sa ating mga mag-aaral, mga magulang, mga tagapakinig, isang magandang hapon sa inyong lahat. Kamusta kayo? Ang aking pagbati at paghanga sa inyong patuloy na pagpupunyagi at pagsisikap upang matuto. Ako nga pala si Ginoong Charlie M. Peralta, ang inyong teacher broadcaster sa Araling Panlipunan Grade 8 na sumasahing papawid mula dito sa Barangay San Pascual, Tarlac City sa tulong ng RTV Tarlac Channel 26 at DCTC 828 Radyo Pilipino Tarlac. Samahan ninyo ako muli ngayong araw, ating alamin ang mga pangyayaring naganap at bunga ng unang digmaang pandaigdig na hatid sa inyo ng Aral TarlakHenyo ng Schools Division of Tarlac Province. Ang ating talakayan ngayong araw ay alinsunod pa rin sa ating Most Essential Learning Competency na nasusuri ang mga dahilan mahalagang pangyayaring naganap at bunga ng unang digmaang pandaigdig. Subalit bago ang lahat, atin munang tandaan ang mga sumusunod. Una, siguraduhin na kayo ay nasa komportableng lugar habang nakasubaybay. Pangalawa, ihanda ang inyong module, papel at ballpen na gagamitin ninyo sa ating talakayan. At ang ikatlo, iwasan ang paggawa ng ibang mga bagay at ituon ang sarili sa paksang ating tatalakayin. Mga giligiliw kong mga mag-aral, handa na ba kayong matutong muli ngayong araw? Kung gayon, ay handa na ninyo ang inyong mga sarili at ang inyong mga kagamitan tulad ng papel, ballpen at learning materials. Upang mas lalo ninyong maintindihan ang ating paksa, atin munang sagutin ang ating unang gawain. Talasalita. Basahin ang mga clues sa bawat bilang. Tukuyin ninyo ang mga salita o konseptong inilalarawan sa pamamagitan ng pagkumpleto ng mga letrang nawawala. Handa na ba kayo para sa ating talasalita? Magaling! Ang unang salita ay, ito ay ang pagkakampihan ng mga bansa. Kung ang sagot nyo ay alyansa, tama. Ang alyansa ay ang pagkakampihan ng mga bansa. Number 2. Ang nagsilbing entablado ng unang digmaang pandaigdig ay ang tamang sagot ay very good. Ito ay ang Europa, sapagkat sa Europa o ang Europa ang sentro ng World War I. Number 3. Nangangahulugang pagmamahal sa bayan. Ano kaya ang salitang ito na ang kahulugan ay pagmamahal sa bayan? Ang tamang sagot ay nasyonalismo. Number 4. Ito ay tumutukoy sa panghihimasok ng makapangyarihang bansa sa mahinang bansa. Ang tamang sagot ay tama, imperialismo. Ang tawag natin sa bansang mananakop ay imperialistang bansa. Ang tawag naman natin sa nasakop ng bansa ay imperyo. At ang panghuling salita ay ito ay tumutukoy sa pagpapalakas ng sandatahang lakas ng mga bansa sa Europa. Ang tamang sagot ay tama, ito ay ang militarismo. Nakuha niyo bang lahat ng tamang sagot? Magaling kung gayon. Ngayon ay atin nang talakayin ang ating unang paksa ngayong araw. Ating pag-aralan, ano ba ang mga dahilan o sanhi ng unang digmaang pandaigdig. Ang unang sanhi ng World War I ay ang nasyonalismo. Ang nasyonalismo ay ang damdaming makabayan na nagresulta sa paghahangad ng mga tao na makamit ang kanilang mga kalayaan. Ang pangalawang dahilan o sanhi ng World War I ay imperialismo. Ang imperialismo ay isang paraan ng pag-aangkin ng mga kolonya at pagpapalawak ng mga pambansang kapangyarihan at pag-unlad ng mga bansang Europeo. Ang pag-uunahan ng mga makapangyarihang bansa na sumakop ng mga lupain at magkaroon ng kontrol sa pinagkukunang yaman at kalakal ay lumikha ng tinatawag nating samaan ng loob. At ito ang naging dahilan ng pagkakaroon ng alitan ng mga mananakop na bansa. At ang ikatlong dahilan ng World War I ay militarismo. Ang militarismo naman ay bunga ng nasyonalismo at imperialismo, kung saan ang mga bansa, maliit man o malaki, ay bumubuo ng hukbo sa pangambang masakop sila ng malapit at makapangyarihang bansa upang mapangalagaan ang kanilang teritoryo kinakailangan ng mga Europeyong bansa ang mahuhusay at malalaking hukbong sandatahan sa lupa man o sa karagatan. Gayon din ang pagpaparami ng mga armas. Ito ang simula ng paghihinala at ang pagmamatsyag ng bawat bansa. At ang pang-apat ay ang pagbubuo o pagbuo ng mga alyansa. Ang sistema ng alyansa ay nahulugang kapag may kaaway ang isang kasapi sa kalabang alyansa, nagiging kasangkot ito sa issue ng kanyang kakamping bansa. Ang makapangyarihang bansa ay makipag-alyansa sa isa't isa batay sa kanilang interes. Muli, ano nga ba ang mga sanhi ng World War I? Nasyonalismo, imperialismo, militarismo, at ang pagbuo ng mga alyansa. Dahil sa apat na ito, nabuo ang digmaan o ang tinatawag nating World War I. Ngayon naman ay pag-usapan natin kung paano ba nag-umpisa ang World War I. Mayroon tayong tinatawag na dalawang magkatunggaling kampo. Nandiyan ang Triple Alliance at ang Triple Entente. Ano nga ba ang Triple Alliance? Ang Triple Alliance ay binubuo ng mga sumusunod na bansa. Ang una ay ang bansang Germany, pangalawa ay ang Austria-Hungary at ng Italy. Ang layunin ng Triple Alliance ay magkaroon ng pagtutulungan kung sakaling may sumalakay sa kanilang bansa. Ito ay upang madepensahan ng Germany ang kanyang mga teritoryong nakuha mula sa pakidigma sa France. Pagdating sa World War I, ang bansang Germany, Austria-Hungary, Italy, kasama na rin ang Bulgaria at Turkey na mga kaalyadong bansa ng mga ito, sila ngayon ang bumuo ng Central Powers. Pangalawa ay ang Triple Entente. Ang Triple Entente ay binubuo ng mga sumusunod na bansa. Nandiyan ang Russia, Great Britain, at France. Ang layunin ng Triple Entente ay upang maging handa sa banta ng patuloy na paglakas ng bansang Germany. At ang tatlong bansa rin na ito ay ang bumuo sa tinatawag nating Allied Forces pagtuntong ng World War I. Sa madaling salita, ang Central Powers at ang Allied Forces, ito ay ang dalawang pangkat o alyansang naganap sa ilalim ng unang digmaang pandaigdig. Ang Central Powers na binubuo ng Germany, Imperyong Austria-Hungary, Bulgaria at ng Turkey ay kalaban ang Allied Forces na binubuo naman ng France, Russia at Great Britain. Paano naman kaya nagsimula ang World War I? Ano kaya ang mahalagang pangyayari? Noong June 28, 1914, ang tagapagmana ng trono ng Austria-Hungary na si Archduke Franz Ferdinand na nasa larawan ay pinaslang. Kasama niya ang kanyang asawa habang sila ay nasa opisyal na gampanin sa Sarajevo, Bosnia. Ang itinuturing na salarin sa pagpaslang ay si Gavrilo Princip. Si Gavrilo Princip na nasa larawan na ipinapakita natin ay isang Serbian at kasapi na rin ng organisasyong tinatawag na Black Hand, na ang layunin ay wakasan ang rehimen ng Austria-Hungary at Bosnia. Ang pagpaslang na ito sa kanya ay ang tinuturing na naging metsa o pagsisimula ng World War I. Ulitin lang natin, ang pagpaslang kay Archduke Franz Ferdinand ay tinuturing natin na naging metsa o pasimula ng World War I. Mga ginigilo kong mga mag-aral, ang pagdeklara ng Austria-Hungary ng digmaan ay nagdulot ng iba't ibang alyansa sa mga bansa na kalaunan ay nilahukan ng mga bansa sa Europa. Narito ngayon ang mga mahalagang kaganapan noong unang digmaang pandaigdig. Noong August 1, 1914, nagdeklara ang Germany ng digmaan laban sa Russia. Ito ay bunsod ng pagpapadala ng mga hukbong militar ng Russia sa hangganan ng Germany. Noong August 3 naman, 1914, nagdeklara ang Germany ng digmaan laban sa bansang France dahil nalaman nito na susuportahan ng France ang Russia sa digmaan. At ang susunod naman na mahalagang pangyayari ay noong August 4, 1914. Ang Great Britain naman ay nagdeklara ng digmaan laban sa Germany dahil sa pagsalakay nito sa Belgium. At noong August 5, 1914, tuluyang nasangkot sa digmaan ang lahat ng makapangyarihang bansa sa Europa. Dito na naglaban ang mga bansang kabilang o bumubuo sa Central Powers, gagaya ng Germany, Austria-Hungary at Italy, laban sa Allied Forces na binubuo naman ng Great Britain, France, at ng bansang Russia. Ngayon ay atin namang isa-isahin ang mga labanan na naganap sa iba't ibang bahagi ng Europa, sa kanluran, sa silangan, maging sa labas ng Europa. Ano nga ba ang mahalagang labanan o makasaysayang labanan na nangyari sa kanlurang bahagi ng Europa? Ang una ay ang labanan sa Marne. Dito, halos nasakop ng Germany ang lungsod ng Paris. Subalit dahil sa tulong ng Russia, ay nabawasan ang puwersa ng Germany. Nagtagumpay dito ang Allied Forces. At ang pagtatagumpay ng Allied Forces ay ang tinuturing na kauna-unahang panalo nito o tagumpay sa kanluran. Inuulit natin, sa labanan sa Marne, napanalo ng Allied Forces ang labanan na ito. Pangalawa ay ang labanan sa Jutland. Dito nagtangka ang mga Germans na palubugin ang mga nakadaong na barko sa Great Britain sa North Sea. Subalit, ang Great Britain ay nagsagawa ng opensibang taktika. Sorpresa nilang nilusob ang hukbong dagat ng Germany at ito ay napaatras. Dahil dito, nanatiling kontrolado ng Allied Forces ang Atlantiko. So, ulitin natin, labanan sa Jutland, labanan sa Marne, na kapwa kanlurang bahagi ng Europa ay napanalo ng mga Allied Forces ang labanan. Ngayon naman kaya ay napagpatuloy kaya ng Allied Forces ang pagkapanalo kapag pinag-usapan natin ang labanan sa silangan. Ngayon ay pag-aralan natin ang labanan sa Tannenberg. Ito ay naganap sa pagitan ng puwersa ng bansang Russia at Serbia laban sa puwersa ng Germany, Turkey at Austria-Hungary. Napaatras ng hukbong Germany ang Russia, kaya ito ang pinapaniwalaan nating kauna-unahang tagumpay naman ng Central Powers. Kung ating uulitin or ating babalikan ang mga labanan sa kanlurang bahagi ng Europa, naging kontrolado ng Allied Forces ang labanan sapagkat sila ay nakapanalo ng dalawang magkasunod na beses. Subalit sa gawing silangan ng Europa, ito naman ay napagtagumpayan ng Central Powers. Ngayon naman ay pag-usapan natin ang labanan sa labas ng Europa. Labanan sa Dardanelles. Ninais ng Allied Forces na masakop ang Dardanelles Strait na noon ay kontrolado ng Imperyong Ottoman, subalit nahirapan ang hukbong Ingles sa pangunguna ni Admiral Winston Churchill, kaya napagpasyahan nila lamang na umatras sa laban. So pag nausapan natin ang mga labanan sa labas ng Europa, ay sa pangunguna ni Admiral Winston Churchill ay napaatras nila ang mga nasa Allied Forces. At ang mga nabanggit natin, class, ay mga labanan sa labas, sa silangan, kanluran, at labas ng Europa. Ngayon naman ay ating isa-isahin, kung inyong natatandaan ang ating paksang tinalakay, ating isa-isahin ang mga sumusunod. Ibigay ang mga naging sanhi o dahilan ng World War I. Handa na ba kayo? Maaari niyong gamitin ang inyong papel at ballpen at isulat ang inyong mga sagot, o kaya naman ay i-type sa ating comment section ang inyong mga kasagutan. Okay? Isa-isahin ang mga naging sanhi ng World War I. Atin ngayong iwasto kung nakuha nyo ang mga tamang sagot. Ano nga ba ulit ang mga sanhi ng World War I? Tama, ito ay ang mga sumusunod: nasyonalismo, imperialismo, militarismo, at alyansa. Nakuha niyo bang lahat ng tamang sagot? Kung nakuha niyo lahat ito, magaling. At kung hindi naman ay mayroon pa tayong susunod na gawain, maaari pa kayong bumawi. Gawain number 3. Patalasan ng isip. Dito ay piliin lamang ang letra ng tamang sagot sa bawat bilang. Maaari ninyong isulat ang inyong mga sagot sa inyong papel, o kaya naman ay i-comment sa ating comment section ang inyong mga kasagutan. Ready na ba kayo? Simulan na natin. Number 1. Ito ay lugar kung saan napaslang si Archduke Franz Ferdinand at ang kanyang asawa. Ito ay lugar kung saan sila napaslang. A. Ito ba ay sa Austria? B. Sa Hungary? C. Sarajevo? Or D. United Kingdom? Number 2. Ito ay itinuturing bilang isang kauna-unahang tagumpay ng mga Allied Forces. Anong tawag natin sa labanan na itinuturing na pinakaunang tagumpay ng Allied Forces? A. Ito ba ay ang labanan sa Jutland? B. Ito ba ay labanan sa Marne? C. Labanan sa Dardanelles? At D. Labanan sa Tannenberg? Number 3. Ito ay taon or year kung kailan sumiklab ang World War I. Kailan nga ba nag-umpisa ang unang digmaang pandaigdig? A. Noong 1914. B. Noong 1915. C. 1916. And letter D. 1970. Ngayon ay ating iwasto ang inyong mga sagot. Saan nga ba napaslang si Archduke Ferdinand at ang kanyang asawa? Walang iba kundi sa Sarajevo. Number 2. So ang labanan na kung saan pinapaniwalaang unang nagtagumpay ang mga bansang kabilang sa Allied Forces, ito ay sa Marne. Labanan sa Marne. Number 3, kailan nga ba nag-umpisa ang World War I? Ito ay nag-umpisa sa taong 1914 at ito ay nagtapos sa taong 1918. Nakuha niyo bang lahat ng tamang sagot? Wow, very good. Ngayon ay isulat ninyo sa inyong kwaderno ang inyong takdang aralin. Ang inyong takdang aralin ay ibibigay ko ngayon nang sa gayon ay magkaroon kayo ng ideya kung ano o anong paksa ang ating tatalakayin sa susunod na episode. Handa na bang lahat? Okay. So, ang inyong takdang aralin ay isa-isahin ang mga naging resulta o epekto ng World War I. So, maaari kayong gumamit ng mga aklat ninyo. Kung meron kayong internet connection, ay maaari nyo search sa Google kung ano nga ba yung mga effects of World War I. At kung meron kayong module, maaari nyo lang basahin ng maaga ang inyong lecture. Nang sa gayon ay makasunod kayo ng mahusay at mabilis sa ating susunod na episode. Para sa inyong mga katanungan tungkol sa ating natalakay na paksa, maaari kayong mag-comment sa ating comment section ngayon. O kaya naman ay maaari nyo kayong magpadala ng mensahe sa ating pong Facebook Live ng DZTC Aral TarlakHenyo. Muli, ako nga pala si Charlie M. Peralta, ang inyong teacher broadcaster sa Araling Panlipunan Grade 8. Hanggang sa muli, paalam, God bless!
Bahagi mo Radyo Pilipino saan mang bahagi ng Pilipinas, saan mang bahagi ng mundo, ano mang uri ng pamumuhay, kabahagi mo Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino sumasahimpapawid sa DWPR 1296 Dagupan, DZTC 828 Tarlac, DZLT 1188 Lucena, DZYM 1539 Mindoro, DWRL 1080 Legazpi, DWRN 657 Naga, DYRB 540 Cebu, DYRL 1035 Bacolod, DYRN 1134 Dumaguete, DXCO 1044 Cagayan de Oro, DXGS 765 General Santos, DXOC 1494 Ozamis, DXOW 981 Davao at Radio Filipino Podcast Center Manila. Ito ang kabahagi mo Radyo Pilipino, napapakinggan on air and online sa buong mundo sa pamamagitan ng www.radiopilipino.com. Impormasyong may kalidad at serbisyong may halaga. Kasama katuwang Kapinoy. Kabahagi mo Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino.
Alam niyo ba na ang 2014 Philippine Basketball Marathon ay ang pinakamahabang basketball match ayon sa Guinness World of Records? Ang laro ay naganap mula March 24 hanggang March 29, 2014 sa Meralco Gym sa Pasig at tumagal ng 120 hours. Ang marathon na ito ay isang fundraising event para sa mga biktima ng bagyong Yolanda. Alam niyo na, yan ang longest basketball match.
dagdag na 2 taon sa high school ay malaking bahagi ng programang K-12 sa ating bansa. Pinag-aralan ng mabuti ng Kagawaran ng Edukasyon o DEPED ang nilalaman at paraan ng pagkatuto sa 2 taong ito na tinatawag ngayong senior high school. Sa pamamagitan ng senior high school, tinitiyak ng DEPED ang kalidad ng edukasyon na may malinaw na patutunguhan anuman ang iyong pag-aralan. May 15 core, 7 applied at 9 na specialized subjects ang senior high school. Sa kabuuan, may 31 subjects ang senior high school. Katumbas ito ng 4 na semestre na may 2 quarter bawat semestre. Ang mga paksa sa bawat aralin ay mahalaga upang maihanda ang mga mag-aaral sa 4 na curriculum exit gaya ng kolehiyo, trabaho, middle-level skills development at negosyo. Kahit anong track ang piliin ng isang mag-aaral, maaari siyang magpatuloy sa alinman sa 4 na posibleng curriculum exit. Mayroong 4 na track ang senior high school. 1. Academic track. 2. Technical Vocational Livelihood track. 3. Arts and Design track. At 4. Sports track. Mahalagang tandaan na hindi lahat ng paaralan ay kumpleto ng lahat ng tracks at strands. Kailangang suriing mabuti ng mga magulang at mag-aaral kung anong track o strand ang mayroon sa kanilang lugar na naaayon sa iba't ibang konsiderasyon gaya ng hilig, interes, kakayahan ng mag-aaral at marami pang iba. Makipag-ugnayan sa pinakamalapit na senior high school sa inyong lugar upang malaman ang kanilang ino-offer na tracks at strands. Upang matulungan ng mga mag-aaral na maunawaan ang pagpaplano sa kanilang hinaharap, ang Department of Education ay naglunsad ng homeroom guidance kung saan nakapaloob ang career development domain. Tumutulong itong mahubog ang mga mahalagang kaalaman, kasanayan, pag-uugali at pagbubuo ng mga plano at desisyon para sa kanilang buhay. Kung kayo ay may mga katanungan o paglilinaw tungkol sa senior high school tracks and strands, maaari kayong makipag-ugnayan sa inyong career guidance advocate o guidance counselor. Hangad namin ang inyong tagumpay!
Good day, young learners! Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26, simulcast over DZTC 828, Radyo Pilipino Tarlac, and on RTV Tarlac FB Live. Also seen live via Channel 100 of Converge TV. It is my pleasure to have you here today, listening and willing to learn, especially in shielded metal arc welding. Graded students. This is Teacher Rose Andy Kaingat, your teacher broadcaster, broadcasting live from Benigno S. Aquino National High School, Concepcion, Tarlac. I will be with you within the next 20 to 25 minutes. So stay focused and enjoy this day while learning. To begin with, I want you to find a quiet and comfortable spot so that you can hear me clearly. Prepare your learning materials and of course, don't forget to grab your pen and paper for answering or for note taking. Let's first have a recall to check if you can still remember our previous topic. Last session, we discussed about the personal protective equipment used in welding. Before we go further, let's have an activity. What you need to do, class, is to identify the terms by arranging the jumbled letters. You will be given 5 seconds to figure out the answer for every item. You can type your answer in the comment section via Facebook live stream or write your answer on a piece of paper. Are you ready? Okay, let us begin. Here is the first one. Do you still remember the name of this PPE? It has two words, and the first word consists of letters, letter I, letter D, letter N, letter G, letter E, letter W, letter L. And the second word consists of letters, letter T, letter E, letter H, letter L, letter E, and letter M. Yes, you got it right. The answer is welding helmet. Question number 2. What PPE is this? It is a single word, consists of letters, letter L, letter E, letter S, letter G, letter G, letter O, and letter G. That is correct. The answer is goggles. The next one is, do you still remember this PPE in welding? It is a single word, consists of letters, letter L, letter E, letter O, letter G, letter B, and letter S. That's right! The answer is gloves. Now for the fourth one. What PPE is this? It has two words, and the first word consists of letters, letter T, letter E, letter H, letter R, letter E, letter A, letter L, and the second word consists of letters, letter C, letter E, letter K, letter T, letter A, and letter J. Very good! That's correct! The answer is leather jacket. For the last one, what is the name of this PPE? It has two words, and the first word consists of letters, letter T, letter E, letter H, letter R, letter E, letter A, letter L. And the second word consists of letters, letter R, letter P, letter O, letter A, and letter N. Very good! The answer is leather apron. I am glad to know that you still remember our lesson last meeting, and it shows that you really learned something from it. Are you ready to move on with our next lesson? Our next lesson is about the classifications of hand tools in shielded metal arc welding or smelt. I repeat, our next lesson is about the classifications of hand tools in shielded metal arc welding or smelt. This lesson is taken from Most Essential Learning Competencies in Technology and Livelihood Education in Shielded Metal Arc Welding or smelt, being taught from grade 8, Learning Outcome 1, which is entitled Identify and Select Materials and Tools. Before we start with our lesson, let me enumerate the lesson objectives. The first objective is identify the classifications of basic hand tools used in welding. The second is
Enumerate some examples of basic welding tools under each classification. And the last objective is appreciate the importance of knowing the different hand tools used in welding. Now that you know our lesson objectives, I want you to listen carefully and attentively as we go on with our discussion. Are you ready for today's topic? That's great! Do you have any idea on what are the classifications of hand tools in SMAU? Hand tools are classified into 4 classifications. And here are the different classifications. Measuring tools, cutting tools, driving tools, and holding tools. Let us discuss first what are measuring tools. Measuring tools are tools used to measure the length, width, and height of a metal. An example of measuring tool is a pull-push rule. A pull-push rule is a measuring tape that coils into a compact case. This flexible rule, when extended, will support itself. It is used for measuring long, short, straight lengths, but may also be used to measure curved and irregular surfaces. Another one is a tri-square. A tri-square is an instrument used to check and mark right angles in construction work. It is also used to measure the square of an object. The steel rule is the third example. This is the most common tool used in tool room. One end is usually flat and the other end, frequently including a hole for hanging, is usually round. The next classification of hand tools are the cutting tools. Cutting tools are typically hardened metal tools that are used to cut, shape, and remove materials from a workpiece. They are wedge-shaped and sharp-edged devices that are used to remove excess layer of material from the workpiece by shearing during machining in order to obtain desired shape, size, and accuracy. Here are some examples of cutting tools. Hacksaw is our first example. Hacksaw is a tooth cutting tool, usually with a solid and adjustable frame, and is mainly used in cutting metals such as plates, pipes, rods, bars, and angular but of minimal thickness, width, and length. Files are also classified under cutting tools. Files are tools used to cut, trim, or finish a job of metal or wood in order to give them a shape according to our needs. Each file has rows of teeth that form, shape, and finish metal by removing small chips and smoothing rough edges of the metal surface. Chisel is another example. It is a driving tool to shear, cut, and chip metal. They are also used to prepare metal parts for welding and chipping out welds, as well as squaring corners. Another classification of hand tools are driving tools. Driving tools are used to drill, insert, and drive screws, nuts, and bolts into surfaces with mechanical and manual force. The following are some basic driving tools used in welding. The first one is a ball peen hammer. A ball peen hammer is a type of peening hammer used in metal working. It has two faces. One is flat in striking cold chisels and punches, and the other side, the pin, is rounded for bending and shaping metal. Another driving tool is a wrench. This driving tool is used to provide grip and mechanical advantage in applying torque to turn objects. They are used for loosening and tightening light and heavy nuts and bolts. Screwdrivers are also classified as a driving tool. Screwdrivers are used for turning screws. They consist of a metal rod with a flat or cross-shaped end that fits into the top of the screw. The blade is made of steel attached to one end of a wooden or plastic handle. The last classification of hand tools are folding tools. Folding tools are hand tools used for holding pieces of work, bladed tools, and for clamping pieces of metal. Here are some basic examples of folding tools used in welding. Pliers. Pliers are used for folding, cutting, and twisting wires. They are hand-operated tools for holding and gripping small articles or for bending and cutting wires. Tong is another example. It is used to hold the metal to be forged and must be held securely while working. Tongs are generally made of wrought iron or steel for holding hot metal because tongs have large, flat, smooth jaw surfaces that do not scratch the workpiece. And we also have the vice grip. This tool is used to grip the stock tight enough to hold the object. This is a plier that can be locked into position using an over-center cam action. Were you able to get all the classification of hand tools with their basic examples? Are the tools look familiar with you? Okay, that's great. Now, let us have a quick recap of what we have discussed. What are the 4 classifications of hand tools in SMAU? You are correct. The 4 classifications of hand tools are measuring tools, cutting tools, driving tools, and holding tools. Examples of measuring tools are pull push rule, tri-square, and steel rule. For cutting tools, we have files, hacksaw, and chisel. In driving tools, ball peen hammer, screwdrivers, and wrench. And lastly, pliers, tongs, and vice grip for holding tools. Now, my dear learners, why do you think it is important to know the different hand tools used in welding? Yes, you're right. The correct use of any tool, including hand tools, is essential to avoid accidents and maintain them in the workplace. Now, to check if you really understood our lesson, kindly get your pen and paper and be ready for a short quiz. Are you ready? Listen attentively and carefully as I give the instructions for our short quiz. I will read each question twice. Choose the letter of the correct answer. You can type in your answers in the comment section of our Facebook live stream, or you can just write your answers on a piece of paper. Are the instructions clear to you, class? Are you ready? Okay, let us begin. Question number 1. A tri-square is classified as a blank. Choices are letter A, measuring tool, letter B, cutting tool, letter C, driving tool, or letter D, holding tool. I repeat, a tri-square is classified as a blank. Choices are letter A, measuring tool, letter B, cutting tool, letter C, driving tool, or letter D, holding tool. If your answer for question number 1 is letter A, measuring tool, then you are correct. Question number 2. Which of the following tool is classified as a driving tool? Choices are letter A, chisel, letter B, screwdriver, letter C, hammer, or letter D, plier. Again, which of the following tool is classified as a driving tool? Choices are letter A, chisel, letter B, screwdriver, letter C, hammer, or letter D, plier. The correct answer for question number 2 is letter B, screwdriver. Question number 3. A plier is classified as blank. Choices are letter A, measuring tool, letter B, cutting tool, letter C, driving tool, or letter D, holding tool. I repeat, a plier is classified as blank. Choices are letter A, measuring tool, letter B, cutting tool, letter C, driving tool, or letter D, holding tool. Letter D, holding tool, is the correct answer for question number 3. Question number 4. Which of the following is an example of cutting tool? Choices are letter A, tri-square, letter B, hacksaw, letter C, hammer, or letter D, pull-push rule. I repeat, which of the following is an example of cutting tool? Choices are letter A, tri-square, letter B, hacksaw, letter C, hammer, or letter D, pull-push rule. If your answer for question number 4 is letter B, hacksaw, then you are correct. Question number 5. The following are examples of measuring tool except choices are letter A, screwdriver, letter B, pull-push rule, letter C, tri-square, or letter D, steel rule. Again, the following are examples of measuring tool except choices are letter A, screwdriver, letter B, pull-push rule, letter C, tri-square, or letter D, steel rule. The correct answer for question number 5 is letter A, screwdriver. Count the number of correct answers. For those who got 5, great job! It is clear that you listened attentively. For those who got 4, keep up the good work. For those who got 3, you still did a good job. For those who got 2, 1, and 0, kindly review your compendium. And that completes our discussion for today. But before I end up, allow me first to answer some questions raised by our viewers and listeners. I have a question here from John Agustin. His question goes like this. Can we use improvised tool if the hand tools are not available? Hello, John. This is such an interesting question. Using improvised tool is another way in completing one's job. In these circumstances, we can apply our creativity and the skill of being resourceful. And as long as we can assure our safety, then improvised tools are allowed to be used. I have another question from Kyla Santos. Hello, Kyla. And her question goes like this. Is welding only for boys? No, welding knows no gender. As long as you have the skills and the drive to do welding, then anyone can be a welder. One more question from Arlene Dizon. Is welding business a good source of income? Hi, Arlene. Yes, it pays well. Welding is no get-rich-quick scheme, but if you stick at it for even a short time, you can earn some good coin. In as much as I would like to answer all your queries, unfortunately, we do not have enough time. Instead, I will very much willing to answer all your questions either via text message with my cell phone number 0926-281-4358. Again, 0926-281-4358. Or you can chat me via private messaging. That's it for today. Thank you for listening, and I hope that you learned something today. Always remember that the hand in the eye is the ultimate tool. Once again, this is Teacher Rose Andy Kaingat from Benigno S. Aquino National High School saying, in TLE, we aim for skills, knowledge, and progress. Have a great day, everyone. Take care and God bless us all.
Bahagi mo Radyo Pilipino saan mang bahagi ng Pilipinas, saan mang bahagi ng mundo, ano mang uri ng pamumuhay, kabahagi mo Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino sumasahimpapawid sa DWPR 1296 Dagupan, DZTC 828 Tarlac, DZLT 1188 Lucena, DZYN 1539 Mindoro, DWRL 1080 Legazpi, DWRN 657 Naga, DYRB 540 Cebu, DYRL 1035 Bacolod, DYRN 1134 Dumaguete, DXCO 1044 Cagayan de Oro, DXGS 765 General Santos, DXOC 1494 Ozamis, DXOW 981 Davao at Radio Filipino Podcast Center Manila. Ito ang kabahagi mo Radyo Pilipino, napapakinggan on air and online sa buong mundo sa pamamagitan ng www.radiopilipino.com. Impormasyong may kalidad at serbisyong may halaga. Kasama, katuwang, kapinoy, kabahagi mo. Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino. 1 FM. This is your one.
My only one. One lang yan.
The only one. 1 FM. 96.1 Tarlac, 98.3 Lucena, 88.3 Legazpi, 96.1 Surigao, 95.9 Butuan, 92.1 Mindoro, 96.7 Tacloban, 99.3 Baler, 95.1 Puerto Princesa, Palawan. This is your one. Your only one. Your only one. 1 FM. 1 FM. Your only 1 FM. 1 FM.
Alam niyo ba na ang Great Barrier Reef ay ang pinakamalaking living structure on Earth? Matatagpuan ito sa baybayin ng Queensland sa Australia. Ito ay pinamamahayan ng 3,000 coral reefs at 900 coral islands na matatagpuan sa ilalim ng Coral Sea. May haba itong higit sa 2,000 kilometers at makikita lamang sa outer space. Ngunit, dahil sa fragile coral colony nito, unti-unti na itong nasisira sa paglipas ng panahon at dulot na rin ng climate change, polusyon at man-made disasters. Alam nyo na, yan ang Great Barrier Reef.
Gutom ka ba sa impormasyon? May namiss ka bang subject at leksyon? Gusto mo bang alalahanin ang nakaraan o dagdagan ang iyong kaalaman? Lahat yan alamin natin because the professor is in. Professor on air and online. Kasama si Professor Willie Perez. Isang oras na kaalaman, isang oras na makabuluhan. Professor on air. Mamangha at tumawa sa mga tips at trivia. Sa gabay at tanong, sagot ka rin niya. Professor on air and online. Kasama si Professor Willie Perez. Tuwing Sabado, alas 10 hanggang alas 11 ng umaga. Mapapakinggan sa Radyo Pilipino at mapapanood sa RTV Tarlac Channel 26. Professor on air.
Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26. Simulcast over DCTC 828 Radyo Pilipino Tarlac and via RTV Channel 26 Facebook Live. Streaming via remote live broadcast here at Estepona National High School, Pura Tarlac. I am Ma'am Perlino Olo Viena, your music teacher on air. Join me for the next 25 minutes for another fun-filled learning experience in Music Grade 8 as we try to take the lesson about the musical theater and festivals of Asia. So, prepare yourselves to be fascinated as we travel the world through music, understand the world through arts, become a stronger citizen of the world through physical education, and have the greatest wealth in the world through health. During the third quarter episodes in music, you have learned and experienced the vocal and instrumental music of India, Pakistan, and Israel. Without using our passports and resources for the plane tickets, our journey to the South Asia and Middle East became possible through music. Music truly gives us the opportunity to travel and explore the world amidst pandemic. Today's topic is all about musical theater and festivals of Asia. For the objectives of our lesson, we have number 1, identifies musical characteristics of selected Asian musical chatter through video films or live performances. Number 2, describe the instruments that accompany kabuki, wayang kulit, and Peking opera. Number 3, describe how a specific idea or story is communicated through music in a particular Asian musical chatter. Before we start our today's discussion of the lesson, I want you to stay in a place where you are most comfortable with. Be ready with your learner's module, learner's activity sheet, your pen, and paper. Have you experienced watching a stage play or a chatter play? How was it? Did you enjoy watching? Today, you are about to discover how the traditional Asian chatter art is performed and how music is used. First, let's do the pre-assessment. Get your learner's activity sheet and answer activity 1. Are you ready, grade 8? Let's start now. For the direction, describe the pictures according to the following. The performers in terms of the makeup and body paint used. The costumes used such as clothing and accessories worn by the performers. The props and immovable objects that appears on stage during performance. The set or scenery, which includes theatrical equipment used in dramatic production. Let's have picture number 1. What can you say about the performers in terms of their makeup and body paint used? What about their costumes? Can you guess the characters they are portraying? How about their props and the set? Are they relevant to the play? Write your answers now. Time is up. Let's have picture number 2. Describe the performers in terms of their makeup and body paint used. What can you say about their costumes, the props, and the set? You can write your answers now. Alright, let's have the last one. What can you say about the picture? Who are the characters or performers in the play? Can you describe them? What about the costumes or accessories used? How about the props and the set? Write your answers now. Alright learners, time's up. Put your pen down. Listen carefully and try to discover how the musical chatter and festivals of Asia are done. You can also check your answers in the activity 1 as we discuss our lesson. Chatter art is defined as a collaborative form of fine art that uses live performers to present the experience of a real or imagined event before a live audience in a specific place. Chatter arts are one of the ancient traditions of the people in Asia, particularly in Japan, China, and Indonesia. It is an art form handed down from generation to generation, depicting reflection of everyday life. In Japan, when we talk about traditional theater arts, it is associated with these pictures. But these pictures actually represent two different theater arts, the no and the kabuki. Can you identify the difference between the two? Let us talk about no and kabuki. Both no and kabuki are unique and genuine expressions of the Japanese spirit and culture. In no, only higher class people and samurai were allowed to the performances in the theater and be entertained. The viewer's satisfaction on the performances means everything to the actors. Honor is more important than money because even if you had lots of money, you were not necessarily respected. All that mattered was honor because money wasn't as big as a part of life and wasn't used much. So, this meant that the no actor first goal was to please the audience to earn honor. Kabuki, on the other hand, began in the 1600s and was meant for merchants and other lower class people. Shouting out of opinions were expected, and crowds were usually noisy and disorderly. Kabuki was first performed by all women, but today, Kabuki performances are done by all men. Kabuki performances are very long. As you can see in these pictures, no uses masks, while Kabuki uses makeup. No is subtle in movements, while Kabuki is loud. Among the two, the most popular theater art is the Kabuki. Kabuki is a Japanese traditional theater art that is performed in a stylized manner which combines acting, singing, and dancing. The term kabuki in modern Japanese means ka for song, bu for dance, and ki for skill. Kabuki is a high form of play that actors show their wide range of skills in visual and vocal performance. What are the key features of Japanese theater? We have number one, the vocal features. This key feature of Japanese theater is used in singing. The continuous pattern or ikonjushi is used in speeches building up to an explosive climax. It requires an extraordinary breath control to achieve this technique. Another technique is the nori, a technique adapted from chanting, and the yakuharai, a technique that describes the subtle delivery of poetic text written in Japanese metrical form of alternating 7 or 5 syllables. For the instrumental feature of the Japanese theater, shamisen is used to accompany dances and movements. Let us listen to how shamisen is used as an accompaniment in Japanese theater art. For those who just tuned in to Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26 and simulcast over DCTC 828 Radyo Pilipino Tarlac and RTV Channel 26 Facebook Live, this is your music teacher broadcaster, Ma'am Perlina Obiena, with the topic on musical theater, and festivals of Asia. Moving on, this time, we are going to discover China's theater art. Have you heard about Peking opera? Do you have any idea about this? What is Peking opera? Peking opera is a classical form of Chinese performance art which combines music of Chinese instruments, singing, miming, dancing, and history. It started during the late 18th century and now considered as China's cultural treasure. There are four main characters in Peking opera: the Sheng, Dan, Jing, and Shou. Each character has a different age, gender, and social status. The character of Sheng is the main male role in Peking opera. Dan is a female character. However, young male performers actually played this role because women were prohibited from acting until 1912. In Mandarin, the character of Jing means clean. The face paint does not make the character appear clean, so the word Jing is used in a contradictory sense. Character Shou means ugly. The actors who play the Shou roles may not necessarily be unattractive physically. A white dot is drawn on their noses. This feature means they are supposed to be ugly. Peking opera performers utilize four main skills. The first two are song and speech. The third is dance acting, which includes pure dance, pantomime, and all other types of dance. And the last skill is combat. This includes both acrobatic movements and fighting with all manner of weaponry. Peking opera actors have to train from early childhood as they need to master all of the performing arts like singing, dancing, and acting. The four skills of Peking opera are not separated. Instead, should be combined in single performance. To represent the different characteristics of personas in the stage, face makeup is used. In other words, facial makeup is the portrait of each actor's character. The red face paint traditionally represents a positive color in Chinese culture. It signifies prosperity, intelligence, and bravery. The purple mask suggests justice and sophistication. Black color is also used in Peking opera. To the Western culture, black depicted as a negative color. To the Chinese culture, black facial makeup is regarded as neutral. Green and yellow facial makeups represent bad characteristics. The green implies violence and yellow for cruelty. Although for Western culture, white symbolizes purity, but for the Chinese, white actually stands for evil. The following are some of the musical instruments used in Peking opera performances. The instruments classified as aerophone are the following: the tips or the cross flutes, and the shao or the recorded flutes, which are played along with singing. And the sona or the trumpet is used to announce prosperous occasion. For the chordophone instrument, the violin-like huchen and bochen are included. Both are two-string instruments. For the guitar-like chordophone instrument, the following are included: yuchen, a four-string instrument; sanshen, a three-string instrument; and pipa, a four-string musical instrument similar to lute. And for the idiophone, talo and shaolo, the small and big balls, which
signify the beginning of the performance, and tanpiko, the kettle drum, used to create the tempo of the performance. Let us listen to how these musical instruments were used in Peking opera. Lastly, we have the Indonesian chatter art. Shadow puppet chatter or wayang kulit is an Indonesian chatter widely known all over the world. Wayang is an Indonesian Malay word for chatter, and kulit is referred to puppets. Let us find out the important components of wayang kulit. Number 1, the performance. Since audience is the most important person in wayang kulit, the dalang prepares all the materials to be used to ensure that everything is all right to satisfy the audience. Number 2, the dalang. Dalang is the term used for puppeteer. He is creative, humorous, and flexible in character. He manipulates the puppets, sings, and taps out signals to the orchestra. He also speaks the parts of all the characters using his ability to interchange his voice. And number 3, the music. In wayang kulit, the gamelan and sam is used for the music. This comprised mainly by bronze percussion instruments augmented by other percussion instruments, a string, and a flute. A full Javanese gamelan and sam consists of saron, a xylophone of heavy bronze bars, gender, a bronze xylophone with resonance chambers beneath, bonang, or set of bronze bowls, gong and kempol, the hanging gongs, kenong and ketok, or the single inverted bronze bowl, gambang, or the wooden xylophone, rebab, the two-string fiddle, suling, or the flute, kendang, the horizontal drum beat with the fingers on both ends, and telempong, a cedar of 13 double string. Let us listen to how these instruments are being used during the wayang kulit performance. For more comprehensive and detailed presentation of the kabuki, Peking opera, and wayang kulit, you can surf the internet and watch the different sample videos of performances. Before we end our episode this afternoon, let us sum up our discussion. Chatter arts are one of the ancient traditions of people in Asia, particularly in Japan, China, and Indonesia. Kabuki of Japan is a traditional chatter art that is performed in a stylized manner that combines acting, singing, and dancing. It is a high form of play that actors show the wide range of skills in visual and vocal performance. Peking opera, on the other hand, is also known as Beijing opera. It is a play that combines song, dance, acrobats, and martial arts. Wayang Kulit is Indonesia's famous shadow puppetry wherein the dalang plays an important role in being the communicator between the play and the audience. Kabuki, Peking opera, and wayang kulit were handed down from generation to generation. The message in every presentation conveys reflection of everyday life. The key principle of theater is selectivity. At the beginning of our episode this afternoon, I have given you a pre-assessment of the lesson. Now that we discussed the overview and some important information about different musical theater and festivals of Asia, I hope you answered the questions correctly. The performers in terms of the makeup and body paint used to transform them into character. The costumes used, such as clothing and accessories worn by the performers, are used to portray character and period. The props or any movable objects that appear on stage during performance complement and motivate the character. The set, scenery, which includes theatrical equipment used in dramatic production, help to communicate environment. Did you answer the questions correctly? Or did you miss some information? Don't worry, learners. On the next episodes, my fellow music teacher broadcasters will discuss the lesson comprehensively with localized video of the different musical theater arts and festivals of Asia. For your additional activity, watch a video clip of Kabuki, Peking opera, and wayang kulit performances on YouTube and answer the following questions. Describe the performances of the different characters in the play. How do actors perform on the stage? Among the three musical theaters of Asia, what do you like most and why? Write your answers on a sheet of paper and ask your parents to submit your answer sheet on the scheduled date of retrieval in your respective schools. 25 minutes of fun-filled learning experience in music has been concluded. I hope you learned something about the lesson. This is your music teacher broadcaster, Ma'am Perlino Ola Viena, saying, if you want to travel the world, do it through music. If you want to understand the world, do it through arts. If you want to become a stronger citizen of the world, do it through physical education. If you want the greatest wealth in the world, do it through health. This is your music teacher on air signing off. God bless everyone.
Bahagi mo Radyo Pilipino saan mang bahagi ng Pilipinas, saan mang bahagi ng mundo, anumang uri ng pamumuhay, kabahagi mo Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino sumasahim papawid sa DWPR 1296 Dagupan, DZTC 828 Tarlac, DZLT 1188 Lucena, DZYM 1539 Mindoro, DWRL 1080 Legazpi, DWRN 657 Naga, DYRB 540 Cebu, DYRL 1035 Bacolod, DYRN 1134 Dumaguete, DXCO 1044 Cagayan de Oro, DXGS 765 General Santos, DXOC 1494 Osamis, DXOW 981 Davao at Radio Filipino Podcast Center Manila. Ito ang kabahagi mo Radyo Pilipino, napapakinggan on air and online sa buong mundo sa pamamagitan ng www.radiopilipino.com. Radiopilipino.com. Impormasyong may kalidad at serbisyong may halaga. Kasama, katuwang, kapinoy. Kabahagi mo. Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino.
Alam niyo ba na ang jeep ay ang pinakasikat na uri ng transportasyon sa Pilipinas? May nagsasabi na ang pangalang jeep ay hango sa salitang jeepy na ang ibig sabihin ay general purpose or government purpose na naglalarawan ng military jeep na ginamit noong World War II. Pagkatapos ng digmaan, iniwan na ng mga sundalong Amerikano ang libu-libong jeep sa kalsada ng Maynila. Ang matibay at makulay na jeepney nga raw ay truly mestizo dahil sa half local at half foreign na katangian nito. Alam nyo na, yan ang jeepney.
One FM. This is your one.
My only one. One lang yan.
The only one. One FM. 96.1 Tarlac, 98.3 Lucena, 88.3 Legazpi, 96.1 Surigao, 95.9 Butuan, 92.1 Mindoro, 96.7 Tacloban, 99.3 Baler, 95.1 Puerto Princesa, Palawan. This is your one. Your only one. Your only one. One FM. Your only one FM.
The word boondocks, which is now part of the English language dictionary and vocabulary, comes from the Tagalog word bundok, meaning mountain. Catch Aral TarlakHenyo every Monday to Friday from 8:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. over Radyo Pilipino DCTC 828 and streamed live on Facebook page and YouTube channel of RTV Tarlac, Channel 26. I am Jeremiah Gahutan, your English teacher broadcaster. Let's learn English together only here on Aral TarlakHenyo.
Hello po. And good afternoon. Hello and good afternoon, grade 9 learners. Welcome to another fun and exciting learning experience. Right now, you are watching and listening to Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26, simulcast over DCTC 828 Radyo Pilipino Tarlac, and Converge Cable TV, Channel 100. I would also like to acknowledge our viewers via Facebook Live. I am Teacher Marianne D. Salgado from Pakpako Integrated School, San Manuel District, and I am so honored to be your teacher broadcaster today. Our episode for today is for grade 9 English. So, I'm asking our dear grade 9 students to find a comfortable spot far from noise and listen carefully while participating in a fun learning activity. Be sure to have all the things that you need for our lesson this afternoon: pen and paper, lecture notebook, and your activity sheets. As you listen and watch carefully, capture and list down the important notes and ideas. Gear up, grade 9 learners! I think you are now ready. Let us begin our exciting adventure with our topic for today. Our discussion for grade 9 English will focus on MELC 1, judge the relevance and worth of ideas, soundness of author's reasoning, and the effectiveness of the presentation. After tuning in and listening thoroughly in our 25-minute learning journey, you are expected to determine the points to consider in judging the relevance and worth of ideas presented, read and analyze an essay, and judge an essay based on its relevance and worth. Since this is the first topic in English 9 for the fourth quarter, it is necessary for us to recall our past discussion. In the last episode, you were taught how to judge the validity of an evidence presented. Let us have a review on how well you remember the lesson you had last time. I will be reading different statements, and your task is to identify whether the information is valid or not. Write V if the underlined source of information is valid, and write NV if the source is not valid. Please get your lecture notebook and your pen for you to write your answers, or you may also type your answers in our comment section. I think everyone is ready, so let's begin with the first statement. I have read from a viral Facebook post that the government will give 5,000 pesos to every Filipino household. Do you consider a viral Facebook post as a reliable source of information? If your answer is NV for not valid, that's correct. A viral Facebook post is not a reliable source of information. Let me read the second statement. I heard from gossip that there are 5 new COVID-19 cases around our neighborhood. Can you consider gossip as a valid source of information? Wow, that's perfect. The answer is NV for not valid. Just like here says, gossips are not reliable or valid source of information. Moving on to the third statement, based on the official website of the Department of Health, COVID-19 infections are decreasing in the Philippines, with 234 new infections reported on average each day. Is the information coming from the official website of the Department of Health valid? What do you think is the correct answer? Marvelous! It is V for valid. Official websites are valid and reliable source of information. Now, let us proceed to the fourth statement. Based on an article published by cdc.gov, the vaccine safety research ensures the benefits of the vaccines approved in the United States outweigh the risk. Is the source of information valid and reliable? Very good! Again, it is V for valid. Pieces of information from internet websites ending in .gov are valid. And lastly, our fifth statement. According to a post of a YouTube influencer, Apple will release the iPhone 14 model on May 2021. Is the source valid? Good job! The answer is NV for not valid. That information would only be valid if it came from a reliable website affiliated with Apple. Now, did you get the 5 statements correctly? That's amazing! Great job, everyone! I am hopeful that you have refreshed your minds about our lesson last time. So, make yourself ready and let's start today's session. The focus of our discussion today is on Lesson 1, Judging the Relevance and Worth of Ideas. My dear Grade 9 learners, please prepare your activity sheets and listen attentively to our discussion. When you're writing a persuasive essay, you need more than just an opinion to make your voice heard. Even the strongest stance won't be compelling if it's not structured properly and reinforced with solid reasoning and evidence. An argumentative essay is a piece of writing that takes a stance on an issue. It is known to be well written when the writer can support his point of view by providing relevant evidence to back it up. The goal of an argumentative essay is a clear presentation of the author's point of view with the use of logical reasoning and convincing evidence. We follow a certain structure on writing a good argumentative essay. The first paragraph of your essay is called introductory paragraph, which should outline the topic, provide background information necessary to understand your argument, outline the evidence you will present, and state your thesis. The second part is the thesis statement. It is a concise, one-sentence summary of your main point and claim. The third part is body paragraph. It should cover a different idea or piece of evidence that contain a topic sentence that clearly and concisely explains why the reader should agree with your position. Remember, body paragraphs are where you back up your claims with examples, research, statistics, studies, and text citations. Presenting facts and considering a topic from every angle adds credibility and will help you gain a reader's trust. Last but not the least is the conclusion. It is composed of one paragraph that restates your thesis and summarizes all the arguments that you made in your body paragraphs. Digital era has given way to rapid explosion of information in different media and platforms as it travels as fast as the speed of light. As you are confronted to rely on the materials you've read or listened to, it is an integral task to learners like you to filter and evaluate the relevance of information and how an idea becomes worth it in the process. Relevance is simply meaning worthiness, quality of being suitable, or having some kind of value. The information that closely matches a writer's goal is more relevant, whereas information that does not match the goal is less relevant. Writers should defend their stand in an argument by gathering relevant and worthy ideas from different material, may they be in digital form or in print. Here are the things that you need to remember when judging the relevance and worth of ideas of the materials presented. First, note important information or facts. Second, gather evidences. Third, validate the source of information and the information itself by comparing the information from other valid resources. Fourth, check the organization and clarity of ideas. And lastly, examine the appropriateness of the language used. Now, let us try to identify the relevance of some text by answering Activity 1 on page 3 of your activity sheets. For the direction, all of the statements that you see there are facts. But you need to identify if these facts are relevant to your goal and situation given. If the statement is relevant, write R on the space provided. Otherwise, write NR. Your goal is to write a position paper about how do we know that humans are the major cause of global warming. Which of the following facts are relevant to your goal? Let me read the first one. The main cause of climate change is the expansion of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, which are emitted by humans. Is this relevant to your goal? The answer is R for relevant. Very good. It is relevant because it talks about the greenhouse gases emitted by humans as the cause of climate change. How about the second one? The concentration of carbon dioxide in Earth's atmosphere is due to land clearing for agriculture and factories. Is this worthy to be included in your position paper? The answer is R for relevant. Excellent. The statement is relevant because it talks about how land clearing for agriculture and factories, all made and operated by humans, causes the concentration of carbon dioxide in Earth's atmosphere. Next, for the third one, higher temperatures and shifting climate patterns may change the areas where crops grow best and affect the makeup of natural plant communities. Is this relevant to your goal? Is this worthy to be included in your position paper? The answer is NR for not relevant. Nice one! Even though it is a fact and it is about climate change, it is still not relevant to your goal. Remember, your goal is to write a position paper about how do we know that humans are the major cause of global warming. Unfortunately, this statement talks about how shifting climate patterns affect the makeup of natural plant communities. Therefore, it should not be included in your position paper. Moving on to the fourth one, humans are putting an estimated 9.5 billion metric tons of carbon into atmosphere each year by burning fossil fuels. Is this relevant to your goal? Is this worthy to be included in your position paper? The answer is R for relevant. Amazing! It is obviously relevant because it mentions that humans put around 9.5 billion metric tons of carbon into the atmosphere, which causes global warming. Lastly, in comparison to the contribution of burning fuels, hydrogen is seen to have much lower potential to cause global warming. Is this relevant to your goal? Is this worthy to be included in your position paper? The answer is NR for not relevant. Great job! Although it is about global warming, it is still not relevant to your goals since the statement only compares the contribution of burning fuels and hydrogen in causing global warming. Thus, it should not be included in your position paper. I hope you are now getting the idea of relevance. You must keep in mind that a certain information will be relevant if and only if it achieves your goal in writing. Now, let us apply what we have learned from our next activity. I'll show you an outline of an argumentative essay, and what you need to do is to read it along with me, analyze it, and judge its relevance. Grade 9 learners, kindly turn your activity sheets on page 3. Now, let us read together. The topic of the argumentative essay is, can we really save Earth by deleting emails? First part, the introductory paragraph. You probably heard during the weekends that there are scientists who got arrested for giving a warning that we only have 3 to 5 years left to save the Earth. Next, the thesis statement. A simple individual like you can do something to make the world better by deleting emails. The body paragraphs will focus on what is the composition of the email and what happens if you delete 10 spams. The concluding paragraph is, so, to answer the question, can deleting emails actually save the Earth? Yes, it can. You can really help the Earth breathe by simply deleting your spam as much as possible because it reduces electric energy consumption. This practice may be new and need adjustable for us, but there is no right day of deleting emails than today. Great! Now, we're done reading the outline of an argumentative essay. If you feel you need more time to read and analyze the outline again, then you can go ahead and have the pleasure. But if you are now ready, we can now proceed to our next activity. Please go to page 4 and there you will see questions to test your comprehension. It is entitled Identifying the Relevance. Write 1 if the statement is relevant to body paragraph 1 and write 2 if it is relevant to body paragraph 2. Write your answer on the space provided. Take note that body paragraph 1 is about what is the composition of the email, while body paragraph 2 is all about what happens if you delete 10 spams. Let us answer item number 1. We could cut 39,035 metric tons of carbon dioxide emissions, which is equal to 19,356 tons of coal that is burned every day. To which body paragraph is the statement relevant? Very good! The answer is 2. The statement is relevant to body paragraph 2 because it talks about the amount of carbon dioxide emissions we could cut if we delete 10 spams. How about item number 2? Every email we send uses electricity to display it, and the network connection uses electricity while the email is being transferred. Very good! The answer is 1. The second statement supports body paragraph 1 because it emphasizes that electricity is used to display and transfer an email. Now, please answer item numbers 3, 4, and 5 on your own, and we will be checking them next meeting. This is the highlight of our session. After reading the argumentative essay outline, let us rate its relevance. I need you to answer activity 3 on page 4. There, you will see a table. Place a check mark on the response that best describes how you generally feel towards the outline that you have read and analyzed. To what extent do you agree or disagree with the following statements? 1. If you strongly disagree. 2. If you disagree. 3. If you neither agree nor disagree. 4. If you agree. 5. If you strongly agree. So, here are the statements. 1. The topic is timely. Number 2. The body paragraph is relevant to the thesis statement. Number 3. The details are relevant to the topic sentence. Number 4. The thesis statement is clear. Number 5. The writer's point of view is convincing. Let me give you 15 seconds to answer this activity. Let me remind you that this activity is subjective, meaning to say there is no wrong answer. You just have to judge the relevance of the outline that you have read based on your own point of view. This activity is intended for us to know whether or not you find the outline worthy and relevant. Okay, time's up. I'm sure everyone is now done rating the relevance of the outline. Grab the chance to share your outputs with your subject teachers and your classmates during your online kumustahan and learn from each other's answer. Now, based on the rating that you gave to the outline, you might as well would want to reflect. My dear grade 9 learners, please share your ideas and insights or your reflections by answering activity 4. Kindly fill up each column by answering the questions. Do you agree with the author's claim? Are these ideas relevant nowadays? Why or why not? You may always go back to the article to validate or confirm your answers. Please answer the questions independently and let us check them on our next session. Our lesson in English 9 has just ended. You may now start working on the other parts of the learning activity sheets to enhance your skills. To add more spice, please answer activity 5 by simply following the instructions. Read the editorial article on page 5. Assuming that you were judged in an editorial cartooning contest, evaluate the relevance of the illustration to the article you have read using the rubric. Let us share your answers next session. If you have questions, please feel free to send me a message on my mobile number 0945-117-8782. Again, 0945-117-8782. And I'll address your concern right away. Wow! You really did a great and amazing job, grade 9 English learners. Before we end this session, let me share with you a quotation from Joseph Joubert that says, "The aim of an argument or of discussion should not be victory, but progress." See you next episode on Thursday, April 28th at exactly 3 p.m. as teacher Mary Joy discusses the topic, judging the author's reasoning using deductive method. Always remember to enjoy while learning. Until our next learning discovery only here in Aral TarlakHenyo on RTV Tarlac Channel 26, simulcast over DCTC 828 Radio Filipino Tarlac. These have been your teacher broadcaster, Marian Salgado, wishing everyone a wonderful day. Stay safe and God bless.
Kabahagi mo Radyo Pilipino. Impormasyong may kalidad, serbisyong may halaga, saan mang bahagi ng Pilipinas. On air. Saan mang bahagi ng mundo. Online. Ano mang uri ng pamumuhay. Kasama, katuwang, kapinoy. Kabahagi mo Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino.
Para sa'yo, ano ang COVID-19?
Virus.
Malungkot.
Pagkawala. Pandemya.
Ito ay isang korupsyon. Ito ay isang pahirap.
COVID-19 para kanya kat peligro.
Sa nga pandemic, makurit nga magka-pandemic kay makaradlok ito nga sakit halimbawa sugod ito nga virus nga nakasulod na aton, delikado ito parte mga tao.
Pandemic, ngayon para kung dapat ito nga distruso habang sa kalibutan.
Ikaw, paano ka makakatulong?
Para makuha natin ito nga mga pandemic, kinakailangan po protocol, social distancing, nganhin, may face mask.
Make sure na itamang prepare nga food, naka-guidelines siyahan cleanliness, tapos pinipapalo naman itong social distancing.
So kada kung driver ako, nagpong kami mga barrier para ng motor para proteksyon gihapon, birila para kung pati nga tatakon pamilya.
Makatulong nga maiwasan iti COVID-19, iti pamamagitan iti pagsunod ko, iti health protocol kan hana arumwa DJ Balaymi. Sa gagayam ni Peter Amigable, salamat.
One FM. This is your one.
My only one. One lang yan.
The only one. One FM. 96.1 Tarlac, 98.3 Lucena, 88.3 Legazpi, 96.1 Surigao, 95.9 Butuan, 92.1 Mindoro, 96.7 Tacloban, 99.3 Baler, 95.1 Puerto Princesa, Palawan. This is your one. Your only one. Your only one. One FM. One FM. Your only one FM.
Alam niyo ba na ang first Filipino Olympic medalist ay si Teofilo Ildefonso? Siya ang kauna-unahang Pinoy at Southeast Asian na nakasungkit ng Olympic medal sa swimming division. Tungong Pidig, Ilocos Norte, nagsimula siyang sumali sa mga paligsahan noong 1921 at nakaipon ng halos 100 medals. Noong World War II, nakipaglaban din siya sa mga Hapon at nakaligtas sa Bataan Death March. Ngunit binawian siya ng buhay sa Capas concentration camp at hindi na muli natagpuan ang mga labi nito. Alam nyo na, yan ang first Filipino Olympic medalist.
Travel to Herona and see how big North Shine has grown.
Doon nga ho sa bayan ho namin, nakilala ho kami dahil sa North Shine. Nakita man yun, dati ho, parol capital ho kami dati ng Tarlac.
Alam niyo ba na ang gitnang Luzon ay tinaguri ang banga ng bigas ng bayan at kamalig ng palay ng Pilipinas dahil dito nagbumula ang malaking produksyon ng bigas sa ating bansa. Ito ay binubuo ng mga lalawigan ng Aurora, Bataan, Pampanga, Nueva Ecija, Zambales at Tarlac. Ugaliin nating manood ng Aral TarlakHenyo Lunes hanggang Biyernes alas 8:30 ng umaga hanggang alas 5:30 ng hapon. Ako si Binibining Pia Isrin Capiral, ang inyong teacher broadcaster sa Araling Panlipunan dito sa Project Shine Aral TarlakHenyo. Lagi nating tandaan ang pag-aaral ng Araling Panlipunan ay tungo sa daan ng pagiging makadiyos, makakalikasan, makatao at makabansa.
Mabuhay! Welcome sa ating Aral TarlakHenyo ng Schools Division of Tarlac Province. Hatid sa inyo ng RTV Tarlac Channel 26 at DCTC 828 Radyo Pilipino Tarlac. Magandang hapon! Narito na naman tayo, nagsisikap at nagpupunyagi na maging makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan at makabansa. Kamusta na kayo, mga minamahal kong mag-aaral? Ang aking pagbati at paghanga sa inyong masidhing pagpupunyagi sa patuloy na pag-aaral sa himpapawid upang matuto sa kabila ng hamon na pagkakataon, ang COVID-19 pandemic. Ako ang inyong guro sa Araling Panlipunan Grade 9, Jason D. Layugan, magtuturo sa inyo via remote live broadcasting mula dito sa bayan ng Herona. Sasamahan at gagabayan kayong maunawaan ang nilalaman ng ating aralin na may kinalaman sa konsepto at palatandaan ng pambansang kaunlaran. Bago tayo magsimula sa ating talakayan, narito ang ilan sa mga paalala. Siguraduhin ninyong nasa lugar kayo ngayon ng komportable at maayos na napapanood at napakikinggan ang ating broadcast. Tayo ay napapanood din sa RTV Tarlac Channel 26 at Converge Cable TV Channel 100 at sabayang napakinggan sa DCTC 828 AM. Tayo din ay live sa FB page at YouTube channel ng RTV. Matanong ko lang, nagmerienda na ba kayo? Mabuti naman, dahil nararapat lamang na may laman ng iyong tiyan upang mas maging alerto ang inyong pag-iisip at maayos na maunawaan ang ating aralin ngayong hapon. Sa puntong ito, nais kong kunin ninyo ang inyong module sa Aralin Panlipunan para sa unang linggo sa ika-4 na markahan. Ang Module 1 na may pamagat na palatandaan ng pambansang kaunlaran. Ihanda na rin ang inyong ballpen at sulatang papel upang maitala ang mga mahalagang impormasyon o konsepto na aking mababanggit. Ang ating paksang aralin ay tungkol sa konsepto ng pag-unlad. Bago tayo magsimula sa ating paksa, ay alalahanin muna natin ang ating naging aralin noong nakaraang linggo. Natatandaan pa ba ninyo? Mahusay! Noong nakaraang episode, ating tinalakay ang pag-iimpok at pamumuhunan bilang isang salik ng ekonomiya. Sa aspeto ng pag-iimpok at pamumuhunan ayon sa modelo ng paikot na daloy, ang pag-iimpok ay ang kitang lumalabas sa ekonomiya. Samantalang ang pamumuhunan ang magbabalik nito sa paikot na daloy. Ang pamumuhunan ay nangangailangan ng sapat na salapi. Ang paggasta ay kinapapalooban ng pagbili ng mga kagamitan, mga salik ng produksyon at iba pa. Pangkaraniwan na ang mga namumuhunan ay gumagamit ng sariling salapi o puhunan na hiram sa ibang tao, sa bangko o sa ibang institusyon sa pananalapi. Ang perang hiniram upang gamiting puhunan ay karaniwang nagmumula sa inimpok o itiniposito sa mga institusyon sa pananalapi tulad ng bangko o kooperatiba. At sa ngayon, sa palagay ko ay handa na kayo sa ating bagong paksang aralin ngayong hapon. Sa lahat po ng mga magulang at mag-aaral sa ika-9 na baitang na nanonood at nakikinig sa ating broadcast, kung kayo po ay may mga katanungan o nais linawin ukol sa ating paksa ngayong araw, maaari kayong magbigay ng mensahe sa aking messenger. I-type lamang po ang Jason Dilayugan o tumawag at mag-text sa numerong 0945-7287-323. Uulitin ko, ang numero maaari ninyong tawagan 0945-7287-323. Sa puntong ito, tayo ay magsisimula na. Ihanda ang malinis na papel at ballpen para sa ating panimulang pagtataya. Huwag kayong mag-alala. Susukatin lamang natin sa pagsusulit na ito kung gaano nakarami ang inyong kaalaman sa ika-4 na markahan. Handa na ba kayo? Kung lahat ay handa na, ating simulan ang panimulang pagtataya. Para sa ating panuto, isulat ang titik ng tamang sagot. Number 1, ang sumusunod ay ang mga salik na maaaring makatulong sa pagsulong ng ekonomiya ng isang bansa, maliban sa A. Likas na yaman, B. Yamang tao, C. Teknolohiya, D. Kalakalan. Ulitin ko, ang sumusunod ay ang mga salik na maaaring makatulong sa pagsulong ng ekonomiya ng isang bansa, maliban sa A. Likas na yaman, B. Yamang tao, C. Teknolohiya, D. Kalakalan. Ang tamang sagot ay letrang D. Kalakalan. Mahusay. Number 2, sinasabing malaking bahagdan ng mga Pilipino lalong-lalo na sa mga probinsya na nakaasa sa agrikultura para mabuhay. Alin sa mga sumusunod ang hindi nabibilang sa sektor ng industriya? A. Pagmimina, B. Pangingisda, C. Paggugubat, D. Paghahayupan. Sinasabing malaking bahagdan ng mga Pilipino, lalong-lalo na sa mga probinsya na nakaasa sa agrikultura para mabuhay. Alin sa mga sumusunod ang hindi nabibilang sa sektor ng agrikultura? A. Pagmimina, B. Pangingisda, C. Paggugubat, D. Paghahayupan. Ang tamang sagot ay letrang A. Pagmimina. Magaling! Number 3, alin sa sumusunod na sektor ang namamahala sa pagpuproseso ng mga hilaw na material upang ito ay maging isang produkto? A. Agrikultura, B. Industriya, C. Paglilingkod, D. Informal na sektor. Alin sa mga sumusunod na sektor ang namamahala sa pagpuproseso ng mga hilaw na material upang ito ay maging isang produkto? A. Agrikultura, B. Industriya, C. Paglilingkod, D. Informal na sektor. Ang tamang sagot ay letrang B. Industriya. Mahusay. Number 4, alin sa mga sumusunod na sektor ang hindi nakarehistro sa pamahalaan? Hindi nagbabayad ng buwis mula sa kinikita sa operasyon ng negosyo at hindi nakapaloob sa legal at formal na balangkas na inilatag ng pamahalaan. A. Agrikultura, B. Industriya, C. Paglilingkod, D. Informal na sektor. Alin sa mga sumusunod na sektor ang hindi nakarehistro sa pamahalaan? Hindi nagbabayad ng buwis mula sa kinikita sa operasyon ng negosyo at hindi nakapaloob sa legal at formal na balangkas na inilatag ng pamahalaan. A. Agrikultura, B. Industriya, C. Paglilingkod, D. Informal na sektor. Ang tamang sagot ay letrang D. Informal na sektor. Magaling! Number 5, ang mga sumusunod na bansa ay nakikinabang sa isa't isa ayon sa konsepto ng comparative advantage. Alin sa mga sumusunod na paraan sila nakikinabang? A. Trade embargo at quota, B. Kasunduang multilateral, C. Espesyalisasyon at kalakalan, D. Sabwatan at kartel. Ang tamang sagot ay titik B. Kasunduang multilateral. Kung kayo ay nakakuha ng 5 puntos, ay binabati ko kayo. Napakahusay dahil atin pang pag-aaralan sa ika-4 na markahan ang mga tanong na ibinigay ko. Para sa unang araw ng ika-4 o huling markahan ng aralin sa economics, ano-ano nga ba ang ating inaasahang tatalakayin ngayong nalalapit ng magtapos ang taong panuruan 2021-2022. Narito ang mga nalalabing paksa para sa huling markahan. Para sa unang linggo, tatalakayin natin ang mga palatandaan ng pambansang kaunlaran. Matatalakay din natin ang mga gampanin ng mamamayang Pilipino upang makatulong sa pambansang kaunlaran. Susundan ito ng mga bahaging ginagampanan ng agrikultura, pangingisda at paggugubat. Hindi rin nawawala ang mga dahilan at epekto ng suliraning kinakaharap ng sektor ng agrikultura at mga patakarang pang-ekonomiya na nakatutulong sa sektor na ito. Papasok naman sa ika-6 na linggo ang mga gampanin ng sektor ng industriya at mga patakarang pang-ekonomiyang nakatutulong dito. Matatalakay din natin ngayong ika-4 na markahan ang mga nakapaloob sa informal na sektor. At ang huli ay ang patakarang palabas na nakatutulong sa bansa. Halina't simulan natin ang ating aralin sa konsepto ng pag-unlad. Ang pag-unlad ay pagbabago mula sa mababa tungo sa mataas na antas ng pamumuhay. Isa itong kaisipang maaaring may kaugnayan din sa salitang pagsulong. Batay sa aklat ni Feliciano R. Fajardo sa Economic Development noong 1994, malinaw niyang inilahad ang pagkakaiba ng pagsulong at pag-unlad. Ayon sa kanya, ang pag-unlad ay isang progresibo at aktibong proseso. Ang pagsulong ay bunga ng prosesong ito. Kung gayon, ang pagsulong ay produkto ng pag-unlad. Halimbawa na lamang nito, ang makabagong pamamaraan ng pagtatanim ng palay ay kinapapalooban ng isang proseso. At ito ang pag-unlad. Ang resulta nito ay mas maraming ani. At ito ang pagsulong. Ayon pa rin kay Fajardo, ang pagsulong ay nakikita at nasusukat. Ang mga halimbawa nito ay ang mga daan, sasakyan, kabahayan, gusali, pagamutan, paaralan, bangko, at marami pang iba. Paglalahad naman nina Michael P. Todaro at Stephen C. Smith sa kanilang aklat na Economic Development taong 2012. Ang dalawang magkaibang konsepto ng pag-unlad ay ang tradisyonal na pananaw at makabagong pananaw. Sa tradisyonal na pananaw, binigyan diin ang pag-unlad bilang pagtatamo ng patuloy na pagtaas ng antas ng income per capita nang sa gayon ay mas mabilis na maparami ng bansa ang kanyang output kaysa sa bilis ng paglaki ng populasyon nito. Samantalang, sa makabagong pananaw naman, isinasaad na ang pag-unlad ay dapat na kumakatawan sa malawakang pagbabago sa buong sistemang panlipunan. Dapat na ituon ang pansin sa iba't ibang pangangailangan at makabagong hangarin ng mga tao at grupo na nasabing sistema upang masiguro rin ang paglago mula sa di kaaya-ayang kondisyon ng pamumuhay tungo sa kondisyon na mas kasiya-siya. Sa akdang Development as Freedom taong 2008 ni Amartya Sen, kanyang ipinaliwanag na ang kaunlaran ay matatamo kung mapapaunlad ang yaman ng buhay ng mga tao kaysa sa yaman ng ekonomiya nito. Upang matamo ito, mahalagang bigyan pansin ang pagtanggal sa mga ugat ng kawalang kalayaan tulad ng kahirapan, diskriminasyon, at hindi pagkapantay-pantay at ng iba pang salik na naglilimita sa kakayahan ng mga mamamayan. Dito na muna nagtatapos ang ating talakayan patungkol sa konsepto ng pag-unlad. Pero para makasiguro ako na kayo ay talagang nakinig at naunawaan ang ating talakayan, ay magkakaroon tayo ng maikling pagsusulit. Ihanda ang inyong ballpen at sagutang papel. Isulat ninyo ang oo kung ang tinutukoy na pahayag ay tama at hindi naman kung ang pahayag ay hindi tama. Babasahin ko ang bawat pahayag ng 2 beses. Maaari ding i-type sa comment section ang inyong mga kasagutan. Handa na ba kayo? Tara, simulan na natin. Number 1, may pag-unlad kung lumalaki ang GNP at GDP ng isang bansa. May pag-unlad kung lumalaki ang GNP at GDP ng isang bansa. Number 2, may pag-unlad kung lalaganap ang krimen sa ating lipunan. May pag-unlad ba kung lumalaganap ang krimen sa ating lipunan? Number 3, may pag-unlad kung may trabaho ang mga mamamayan. May pag-unlad kung may trabaho ang mga mamamayan. Number 4, may pag-unlad kung patuloy ang paglobo ng utang ng bansa mula sa ibang mayayamang bansa. May pag-unlad kung patuloy ang paglobo ng utang ng bansa mula sa ibang mayayamang bansa. Number 5, may pag-unlad kung napapangalagaan natin ang ating kapaligiran. May pag-unlad kung napapangalagaan natin ang ating kapaligiran. Number 6, ang pambansang kaunlaran ay tungkulin lamang ng pamahalaan. Number 6, ang pambansang kaunlaran ay tungkulin lamang ng pamahalaan. Number 7, maaaring magkaroon ng pagsulong kahit walang pag-unlad. Maaaring magkaroon ng pagsulong kahit walang pag-unlad. Number 8, binibigyan diin sa pagtamo ng patuloy na pagtaas ng kita sa tradisyonal na pananaw ng pag-unlad. Binibigyan diin sa pagtamo ng patuloy na pagtaas ng kita sa tradisyonal na pananaw ng pag-unlad. Number 9, pinakamalaki ang epekto ng kultura sa mga salik ng pag-unlad. Pinakamalaki ang epekto ng kultura sa mga salik ng pag-unlad. Number 10, ang pag-unlad ng isang bansa ay nasusukat lamang sa paglaki ng kita ng ekonomiya. Ang pag-unlad ng isang bansa ay nasusukat lamang sa paglaki ng kita ng ekonomiya. Ngayon ay titingnan natin kung tama ba ang inyong mga kasagutan. Inihiling ko ang inyong buong katapatan sa pagwawasto sa pagsusulit na ito. Para sa number 1, kung ang iyong sagot ay oo, ikaw ay tama. Number 2, kung hindi ang iyong sagot, magaling. Hindi ang tamang sagot. Number 3, ang tamang sagot naman ay oo. Sa number 4, hindi ang tamang sagot. At sa number 5 naman, ang tamang sagot ay oo. Sa number 6, kung ang sagot mo ay hindi, tama ka ulit. Samantalang, ang sagot naman sa number 7 ay oo. Ang tamang sagot naman sa number 8 ay oo. Kung hindi ang isinulat mo sa number 9, ikaw ay magaling. At para sa huling bilang, ang sagot naman ay hindi. Lubos ang aking pagbati sa inyo dahil sa tingin ko naunawaan ninyo ang ating naging talakayan at nakakuha kayo ng perfect score. Palakpakan nyo naman ang inyong mga sarili. Sa ating susunod na talakayan, ay ating aalamin ang mga palatandaan ng pag-unlad. Isang paalala, maaaring ipasa ang nasagutang module sa ating paaralan sa itatakdang pagsasaoli o pagkuha ng module. Ang inyong mga magulang o guardian lamang ang maaaring magtungo sa paaralan sa pagpasa ng inyong mga sinagutang gawain. At sila din ang inaasahang sumunod sa mga health protocols gaya ng pagsusuot ng face mask, paghugas ng kamay at physical distancing. Inasahan ko na kayo ay natuto sa ating talakayan ngayong araw na ito. Muli, ako ang inyong guro sa Aralin Panlipunan Grade 9, Jason Dilayugan, mula sa Cardona National High School na nagsasabing ang pag-aaral ng Aralin Panlipunan ay daan sa pagiging makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan, at makabansa. Kita-kita po tayo ulit sa Webes, alas 3 ng hapon. Maraming salamat. Hanggang sa muli!
Bahagi mo Radyo Pilipino saan mang bahagi ng Pilipinas, saan mang bahagi ng mundo, ano mang uri ng pamumuhay, kabahagi mo Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino sumasahim papawid sa DWPR 1296 Dagupan, DZTC 828 Tarlac, DZLT 1188 Lucena, DZYN 1539 Mindoro, DWRL 1080 Legazpi, DWRN 657 Naga, DYRB 540 Cebu, DYRL 1035 Bacolod, DYRN 1134 Dumaguete, DXCO 1044 Cagayan de Oro, DXGS 765 General Santos, DXOC 1494 Ozami, DXOW 981 Davao at Radio Filipino Podcast Center Manila. Ito ang kabahagi mo Radyo Pilipino, napapakinggan on air and online sa buong mundo sa pamamagitan ng www.radiopilipino.com. Impormasyong may kalidad at serbisyong may halaga. Kasama, katuwang, kapinoy. Kabahagi mo. Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino. Gutom ka ba sa impormasyon? May na-miss ka bang subject at leksyon? Gusto mo bang alalahanin ang nakaraan o dagdagan ang iyong kaalaman? Lahat yan alamin natin because the professor is in. Professor on air and online. Kasama si Professor Willie Perez. Isang oras na kaalaman, isang oras na makabuluhan. Professor on air. Mamangha at tumawa sa mga tips at trivia. Sa gabay at tanong, sagot ka rin niya. Professor on air and online. Kasama si Professor Willie Perez. Tuwing Sabado, alas 10 hanggang alas 11 ng umaga. Mapapakinggan sa Radyo Pilipino at mapapanood sa RTV Tarlac Channel 26. Professor on air. 1 FM. This is your one.
My only one.
One lang yan. The only one. 1 FM. 96.1 Tarlac, 98.3 Lucena, 88.3 Legazpi, 96.1 Surigao, 95.9 Butuan, 92.1 Mindoro, 96.7 Tacloban, 99.3 Baler, 95.1 Puerto Princesa, Palawan. This is your one, your only one, your only one, one FM. Your only one FM.
Alam niyo ba na ang jeep ay ang pinakasikat na uri ng transportasyon sa Pilipinas? May nagsasabi na ang pangalang jeep ay hango sa salitang jeepy na ang ibig sabihin ay general purpose or government purpose na naglalarawan ng military jeep na ginamit noong World War II. Pagkatapos ng digmaan, iniwan na ng mga sundalong Amerikano ang libu-libong jeep sa kalsada ng Maynila. Ang matibay at makulay na jeepney nga raw ay truly mestizo dahil sa half local at half foreign na katangian nito. Alam nyo na, yan ang jeepney.
Ang ASEAN New Zealand Afforestation Project o ANZAP ay sumusunod at umaayon sa isa sa 5 haligi ng Provincial Government of Tarlac, kalikasan muna. Although Tarlac is landlocked, the province is teeming with natural resources and beauty, and we TarlakHenyos are the stewards of this bounty.
Good day, young learners. Welcome to another fun-filled learning edition here at Aral TarlakHenyo on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26. This is also simulcast over DCTC 828 Radio Filipino Tarlac, and we are also seen via Facebook live stream and via Channel 100 of Converge Cable TV. Good afternoon to our dear listeners and viewers, especially to all the grade 9 students out there. This is teacher Mary Ann Q. Bondo, your teacher broadcaster for today. Broadcasting live from Benigno S. Aquino National High School, Concepcion, Tarlac. How are you feeling now, my dear students? I hope that you're all safe and sound, and as excited as I am for the new learning that you're about to experience today. Are you ready? Great! Let's go ahead and start. As we begin, I want you to listen carefully and attentively. Please prepare your learning materials. Find a comfortable place to study. Make sure you are away from any form of distraction. And please don't forget your pen and paper for answering and for note-taking. Now, let's have a short review first to check if you can still recall our previous topic. Do you still remember our previous lesson, class? Very good. Our previous lesson is about the different types of selling strategies. Now, learners, are you ready for our new lesson today? That's great. But first, proceeding to our lesson, I have prepared a game for you, and it's called Guess Me. Your instruction is to guess the name of the product being described by the picture that I will be showing you in the next slides. You will be given 5 seconds to type your answers on the comment section or write it down on your notebook or paper. Are the directions clear? Okay, let's begin. Here is picture number 1. It has a famous tagline, "It's finger licking good." What do you think this is? The correct answer is Kentucky Fried Chicken, or more popularly known as KFC. And here is the next one. You can start answering now. The correct answer is Meralco, which of course has a famous tagline, "May liwanag ang buhay." Here is picture number 3. What is your answer? You have 5 seconds. And the correct answer is Metrovan, which also has a famous tagline, "You're in good hands." We have another one, and this is quite popular. Do you know what this is? Of course, you know the answer. The correct answer is U2. And here's our last item. Very good. The correct answer is TikTok. This is one of the many social media platforms we get to enjoy these days. All right, my dear learners. Now, do you have any idea what lesson we will be having today? Just keep an open mind, for I have prepared for you a fun and engaging lesson that you will surely enjoy. Our topic for today is all about advertisement. I know that you are very much eager to learn, so I won't keep you waiting for long. Let us now move on to our lesson proper. This is under our Most Essential Learning Competencies in Entrepreneurship 9, Quarter 4, Week 2, Learning Objectives 2, entitled Actual Selling of Products and Services. Here are the lesson objectives. At the end of the lesson, you should be able to, number 1, define advertisement. Number 2, identify the different types of advertisement. And number 3, appreciate the purposes of advertisement. Now, let us define first advertisement. By definition, an advertisement is the promotion of a product, brand, or service to a viewership in order to attract interest, engagement, and sales. In addition, advertisements are messages paid for by those who send them and are intended to inform or influence people who receive them. When you launch a new product or service, you have to make your target market consumers aware of it. This is where advertising comes in handy. Without advertising your products or services, you will struggle to make meaningful sales because very few potential consumers will be aware of it. Let us talk about the purpose of advertisement. Advertisement has 3 main purposes. That is to inform, persuade, and remind customers of the available products and services in the market. Inform means introducing your brand or product to your target market. Before you can convince your customers that your product or service is the best in the market, you have to let them know that it exists and what it does on the most basic level. Next one is persuade. Persuade is to convince your target customers that your product or service is better than the rest. This is what a persuading advertisement does. Once you have informed your target customers of your product or service, you must help them understand why they need to choose you and not any other brand in the market. The last one is remind. Remind is for advertisement to constantly and consistently instill in the minds of your customers the benefits of your products or services. If you do not keep reminding your customers of the benefits of your product or services, new competitors will come along and steal them from you. The idea here is to maintain a top-of-mind awareness in your customer base and protect it against competitors. There are different advertisements, from food to shoes, cars, and computers. An advertisement may come in many options, depending on your target audience and the most cost-effective way to reach as many customers as possible. Advertising is the easiest and most effective way to draw attention to your brand. Unlike other forms of advertising, advertisement targets groups of people rather than individuals and is usually executed through various types of media, including television, radio, newspaper, magazine, and finally the internet. Let us move to the different types of advertisement. First on our list is newspaper. Newspaper advertisement simply means advertising your business through ads on publications, newspapers in print or digital form. It has been one of the oldest and widespread forms of advertising different brands, products, and services. Next is magazine. Advertising in a specialized magazine can reach your target market quickly and easily, since it caters for special interests and give more recent information. Readers, your potential customers, tend to read magazines at their leisure and keep them for longer, giving your advertisement multiple chances to attract attention. Radio is the next type of advertisement. Advertising on the radio is a great way to reach your target audience. If your target market listens to a particular station, then regular advertising can attract new customers. However, sound has its limitations. Listeners can find it difficult to remember what they have heard, and sometimes the impact of radio advertising is lost. The best way to overcome this is to repeat your message regularly. Examples of radio advertisement are on-the-air broadcasts and radio stations such as AM, FM. The next one is television. Television has an extensive reach, and advertising this way is ideal if you cater to a large market in a large area. Television advertisements have the advantage of sight, sound, movement, and color to persuade a customer to buy from you. They are particularly useful if you need to demonstrate how your product or service works. The most common example for television advertisement is a TV commercial. Next one is directories. Directory advertising is a way of marketing that involves paying to list or publish your business in a directory. An example of directory advertising is the placement of print ads and business contact information in the yellow and white pages of phone books. Outdoor transit is the next on our list. There are many ways to advertise outside and on the go. Outdoor billboards can be signs by the road or hoardings at sports stadiums. Transit advertising can be posters on buses, taxis, and bicycles. Large billboards can get your message across with a big impact. If the same customers pass your billboard every day as they travel to work, you are likely to be the first business they think of when they want to buy a product. Trade fair is another type of advertisement. A trade fair, also known as trade show, trade exhibition, or trade exposition, is an exhibition organized so that companies in a specific industry can showcase and demonstrate their latest products and services. The most recent type of advertisement is through the internet and is being widely used these days. Internet advertising is a set of tools for delivering promotional messages to people worldwide using the internet as a global marketing campaign. Online advertising, also known as online marketing, internet advertising, digital advertising, or web advertising, is a form of advertising which uses the internet to promote products and services to audiences and platform users. Twitter, YouTube, Facebook, Pinterest, and Instagram are just a few of the options you have when it comes to internet advertising. So that completes our lesson, class. I hope you are able to learn about advertisement, its purpose and objectives, as well as the different types of advertisement. Now let's have a recap on today's discussion, shall we? What is an advertisement? Very good. An advertisement is the promotion of a product, brand, or service to a viewership in order to attract interest, engagement, and sales. Now, to check if you are really listening with our discussion, what is the purpose or objective of an advertisement? You got it right. Advertisement has three main objectives, and that is to inform, persuade, and remind customers of the products and services available in the market. Now, for the last one, what are the different types of advertisement? You can type your answers on the comment section or write it down on your paper or notebook. Good job! The different types of advertisement includes newspaper, magazines, radio, television, directories, outdoor transit, trade fairs, and the internet. And now it's time to put your acquired knowledge to the test. Let me check how much have you learned. I have prepared a 5-point multiple choice quiz. For the directions, I will read each question twice, then you just have to choose the correct answer. You can type your answers on the comment section, or you can write it down on your paper or notebook. Are you ready? Let us begin. For question number 1, what type of advertisement has an extensive reach and is ideal if you cater to a large market in a large area and has the advantage of sight, sound, movement, and color? Your choices are letter A, radio, B, internet, C, television, or D, newspaper. Again, for question number 1, what type of advertisement has an extensive reach and is ideal if you cater to a large market in a large area and has the advantage of sight, sound, movement, and color? Is it letter A, radio, B, internet, C, television, or D, newspaper? And the correct answer is letter C, television. For question number 2, what type of advertisement has been one of the oldest and widespread forms of advertising different brands, products, and services? Your choices are letter A, magazines, letter B, directories, letter C, television, or letter D, newspaper? Again, for question number 2, what type of advertisement has been one of the oldest and widespread forms of advertising different brands, products, and services? Is it A, magazines, B, directories, C, television, or D, newspaper? And the correct answer is letter D, newspaper. Now for question number 3. What type of advertisement uses posters on buses, taxis, and bicycles? Is it letter A, outdoor transit, letter B, directories, letter C, television, or letter D, newspaper? Again, question number 3 is, what type of advertisement uses posters on buses, taxis, and bicycles? Is it A, outdoor transit, B, directories, C, television, or D, newspaper? And the correct answer is letter A, outdoor transit. For question number 4, what type of advertisement allows companies in a specific industry to showcase and demonstrate their latest products and services? Is it A, magazines, B, directories, C, television, or D, trade fairs? Again, question number 4 is, what type of advertisement allows companies in a specific industry to showcase and demonstrate their latest products and services? Is it A, magazines, B, directories, C, television, or D, trade fairs? And the correct answer is letter D, trade fairs. Question number 5, your final question is, what type of advertisement uses applications such as Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube to promote products and services to audiences and platform users? Is it A, radio, B, internet, C, television, or D, magazines? Again, question number 5 is, what type of advertisement uses applications such as Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube to promote products and services to audiences and platform users? Is it letter A, radio, B, internet, C, television, or D, magazines? And the correct answer is letter B, internet. That will be all for our quiz, class. Please count the number of correct items. I hope you got all the answers correctly. For those who got a perfect score, congratulations, you did a great job. For those who scored 4 and 3, very good. And for those who scored 2, still a good work. For those who scored 1 and 0, well, don't feel bad. Read your compendium of notes, study harder, and I know that you can do better next time. That's it for today, my dear learners. We were able to complete our lesson. It was indeed a great learning experience with you. Thank you for listening, and I hope that you had fun while learning about advertisement, its purpose, and the different types of advertisement. So before we end, allow me to answer some questions from our dear learners, listeners, and viewers. We have a question coming from Janine Garcia, and her question goes like this. Is advertisement and advertising the same? This is an interesting question, Janine. To answer your question, advertising and advertisement are 2 different terms. Advertising is the exercise of promoting a company and its products or services through paid channels. Advertisements, on the other hand, also known as ads, are the vehicle in which companies and the advertising industry drive their message to consumers. We have another question coming from Carmelita Rivera, and her question goes like this. Is internet advertising much more effective than traditional advertising? Hi, Carmelita. This is another interesting question. Carmelita, the practice of advertising has changed tremendously over time, thanks to new technology, and we get to enjoy various social media apps such as Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and streaming sites and services like Netflix. However, research shows that traditional advertising is still more effective than internet advertising or social media sharing. That is in terms of creating brand awareness and consideration. We will answer one last question since we only have limited time, and the question is coming from Remy Ramos. Her question is, why are celebrities being used in advertisements? Hi Remy, thank you for that question. Well, Remy, marketers use celebrity endorsements to make advertisements believable and enhance consumer recognition of the brand name. So whether it is a pop singer promoting soft drinks or a celebrity influencer showcasing products on social media, celebrities naturally command attention and enhance brand. And for that reason, it has always been a high-impact marketing tool. I hope I was able to answer your questions. If you have other queries, please feel free to send it via text at cell phone number 0916-500-7874. Again, that is 0916-500-7874. Or you can send me a private message and I will make every effort to attend and answer all your questions. And that concludes our discussion for today. TLE Entrepreneurship 9. Remember that in advertisement, a picture is worth 1,000 words. This has been your teacher broadcaster for today, Teacher Mary Ann Q. Bondoc from Benigno S. Aquino National High School at Concepcion, Tarlac, saying, in TLE, we aim for skills, knowledge, and progress. Thank you once again, and God bless us all. Have a great day, everyone.
Bahagi mo Radyo Pilipino saan mang bahagi ng Pilipinas, saan mang bahagi ng mundo, anumang uri ng pamumuhay, kabahagi mo Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino sumasahimpapawid sa DWPR 1296 Dagupan, DZTC 828 Tarlac, DZLT 1188 Lucena, DZYM 1539 Mindoro, DWRL 1080 Legazpi, DWRN 657 Naga, DYRB 540 Cebu, DYRL 1035 Bacolod, DYRN 1134 Dumaguete, DXCO 1044 Cagayan de Oro, DXGS 765 General Santos, DXOC 1494 Ozamis, DXOW 981 Davao at Radio Filipino Podcast Center Manila. Ito ang kabahagi mo Radyo Pilipino, napapakinggan on air and online sa buong mundo sa pamamagitan ng www.radiopilipino.com. Impormasyong may kalidad at serbisyong may halaga, kasama katuwang kapinoy. Kabahagi mo Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino.
Para sa'yo, ano ang COVID-19?
Virus.
Malungkot.
Pagkawala. Pandemya.
Ito ay isang korupsyon. Ito ay isang pahirap.
COVID-19 para kanyak kat peligro.
Sa nga pandemic, makurit nga magka-pandemic kay makaradlok ito nga sakit halimbawa sugod ito nga virus nga nakasulod na aton, delikado ito parte ang mga tao.
Pandemic, ngayon para kung dapat ito nga distruso habang sa kalibutan.
Ikaw, paano ka makakatulong?
Para makuha natin ito nga mga pandemic, kinakailangan po protocol, social distancing, nganhin, may face mask.
Make sure na itamang prepare nga food, naka-guidelines siyahan cleanliness, tapos pinapalo naman itong social distancing.
So kada kung driver ako, nagpong kami mga barrier para sa motor para proteksyon gihapon, birila para kung pati nga tatakon pamilya.
Makatulong nga maiwasan iti COVID-19 iti pamamagitan iti pagsunod ko iti health protocol ken hanak nga rumwa DJ balay mi. Sa gagayam ni Peter Amigable, salamat.
ka ba sa impormasyon? May namiss ka bang subject at leksyon? Gusto mo bang alalahanin ang nakaraan o dagdagan ang iyong kaalaman? Lahat yan alamin natin because the professor is in. Professor on air and online. Kasama si Professor Willie Perez. Isang oras na kaalaman, isang oras na makabuluhan. Professor on air. Mamangha at tumawa sa mga tips at trivia. Sa gabay at tanong, sagot ka rin niya. Professor on air and online. Kasama si Professor Willie Perez. Tuwing Sabado, alas 10 hanggang alas 11 ng umaga. Mapapakinggan sa Radyo Pilipino at mapapanood sa RTV Tarlac Channel 26. Professor on air. 1 FM. 1 FM. This is your one.
My only one. One lang yan.
The only one. 1 FM. 96.1 Tarlac, 98.3 Lucena, 88.3 Legazpi, 96.1 Surigao, 95.9 Butuan, 92.1 Mindoro, 96.7 Tacloban, 99.3 Baler, 95.1 Puerto Princesa, Palawan. This is your one. Your only one. Your only one. 1 FM. 1 FM. Your only 1 FM.
Kumusta mga giliw kong tagapakinig?
Nagbabalik ang inyong paaralang panghimpapawid.
Aral TarlakHenyo
sa RTV Tarlac, Channel 26
at sa bayang naririnig sa DCTC 828
Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
Tayo rin ay napapanood sa FB Live ng RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
Sumasahim papawid mula sa bayan ng Pura Tarlac,
mula sa bayan ng San Clemente,
mula rito sa Purok Elementary School, Pura Tarlac,
sa bayan ng Kapas Tarlac.
Ako, ang inyong guro, na maghahatid sa inyo ng makabuluhang pagtalakay sa ating aralin.
Good afternoon, grade 9 learners. Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo, here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26, simulcast over DCTC Tarlac Filipino. Welcome with our lesson in the air. I am your teacher broadcaster, Heidi Vilatu, aiming to give you a fun-filled learning experience in Music 9. Did you miss our discussion of Music 9? Don't worry, because your Music 9 teachers have prepared the most interesting and most musical lesson for the 4th quarter. I'm sure you are all excited to listen to another musical learning. Some gentle reminders to our grade 9 learners and their learning partners at home. We want our discussion to be interactive, so please use our platform RTV Channel 26, Facebook page, MAPE9, and TarlakHenyo page, your respective subject GCs, and comment your questions and answer to our activities. Or just share your ideas about our lesson. So let's get record playing, all eyes and ears to our discussion, dear grade 9 learners of Tarlac Province as we go over our lesson on the air. Are you ready? Very good. Let me give you some tips for today to maximize your learning. Find a quiet place to sit while attending our session, away from noise and distractions. Listen actively and interactive during our discussion. Get your learning materials or CLP compendium of notes, learning activity sheet, and pen. Now that you have learning materials with you, let's get started. Let us look back on the lessons that we've had last quarter. Third quarter music took on the music of the Romantic period. We have discussed the elements of music used in Romantic period to have two distinctive characteristics. We have also discussed the lives and the works of the notable Romantic musical composers and their contribution to the form of arts. Listen to the statements I will read and choose the correct answer from the given choices. Select the letter of the correct answer. Write your answer in a clean sheet of paper or comment down your answer on our FB Live. Ready? Number 1. It is the period that extended from 1820 to 1910, described as the cultural movement that stressed emotion, imagination, and freedom of expression. Letter A, Baroque period. Letter B, Romantic period. And letter C, Classical period. What is your answer? The correct answer is B, Romantic period. Number 2. This composer is known as the violin virtuoso of Romantic music. Among his famous compositions are La Campanella and 24 Caprices of Solo Violin. A. Niccolo Paganini. B. Peter Ilyich Tchaikovsky. And letter C. Frédéric Chopin. What is your answer? You are correct. Letter A. He is Niccolo Paganini. And number 3. This composer is known as the poet of the piano. Innovating piano music of the Romantic period, his famous compositions are Fantasies in F minor and the Revolutionary Etude. A. Niccolo Paganini. B. Peter Ilyich Tchaikovsky. C. Frédéric Chopin. Did you answer letter C? You are correct. The poet of the piano is Frédéric Chopin. What is your score for this activity? Did you get 3 correct answers? Very good. You sure have an understanding of our lesson last session. I can sense your true eagerness to learn to today's lesson. Remember, your learning task for today is at the end of the lesson. You should be able to demonstrate an understanding of characteristic features of the vocal music of Romantic period. Analyze the musical structure of the vocal music forms of Romantic period music. And appreciate the vocal music of Romantic period in giving its distinctive subjects. This unit will let you experience the cultural development and artistic form of expression of the period. By understanding the past, we learn to appreciate the things we enjoy today. Let's travel back in time once again and explore another interesting period of music history. But first, let us have our pre-test to assess what you already know about our lesson. In your learning activity sheet, Activity 1, read the questions and choose the correct answer from the given choices. Write your answer in a clean sheet of paper. Are you ready? Start answering! Time is up. Let's check and see your scores for this activity. Number 1 is A, the human voice. Number 2 is B, solo voice and piano. And for number 3 is A, the opera. What is your score in our pre-assessment activity? Did you get all 3 correct answers? If yes, you are in an advantage for our new lesson. If you have wrong answers, do not worry because all your questions for this lesson will be answered. Please open your compendium on page 2 for you to be guided properly in our discussion. Before we head out to our discussion, I need you to answer this question. You can type your answer on the comment section of our FB Live page. How do you express your feelings? Again, how do you express your feelings? Is it through expressing on a piece of paper and writing down how you feel? Or do you use pencil, crayons, and paints to draw what you feel? Probably sweating out and exhausting your body with move and groove through dancing fits the expression of emotion. Do you plug in your earphones and play the song in high volume and read it to how you feel? Or are you the type of person who sings at the top of her lungs, mindless of the voice, your tone, and your audience? Let's check some answers posted on our MAPE page. Learner Michael Luis said, "For me, writing is often the best way to express and convey my feelings or myself, such as making journals and diaries, where I can share my inner thoughts, worries, and issues, especially when I am unable to express myself verbally." Jake Pangilinan said, "Whenever I paint, I realize that I am making a picture as well as passing on my message through my canvas. I express my feelings through dancing and singing, performing and communicating physically. I can sing loud and higher notes as much as I can, and it relieves me stress and anxieties," says our learner Andrew Puchon. I enjoyed reading your sharing on FB page. From your activity, we have seen the different ways and different person in terms of freedom of expression. Romantic period also use different ways of expression of feeling through music. There are 2 ways composers express their feeling and produce their music. The first one is instrumental music. It is music produced using musical instruments such as string, wind, and percussion. While vocal music is a music that emphasizes the human voice. Sometimes, instruments are used, but voice is the most important part, or in the term we know as singing. Third quarter music focused on the instrumental music of the Romantic period. For the fourth quarter, we give the limelight and the center stage to vocal music of the Romantic period. Vocal music is one of the best tools for expressing one's feelings. This form of expression became more evident during the Romantic period. The highly expressive nature of romantic music trends to resonate with the emotional sensitivity of the modern world. Its vocal forms and still frequently used to television shows, movies, commercials, and modern Broadway shows. And it is their traits above all others that has contributed its appeal. Vocal music of the period focused on Romanticism. Musical Romanticism was influenced by Romantic movement in art and literature that began in the late 1700s, choosing instead to emphasize the importance of the individual and emotional experiences. Which the idea of Romanticism, we can now list down the subjects and the characteristic of its vocal music. Its basic quality is emotional subjectivity. Writers, artists, and musicians of the Romantic period choose to depict stories tied to the individual and emotional expression. Of the many emotional experience highlighted, Romanticism, the most common is longing. Music of songs that tells about longing is a love that is unattainable. Longing for a homeland that cannot be returned to, or longing to return to a simpler life from the past, or just a better life in general. Another distinct subject of Romanticism is the plot of the romantic stories. Unlike the popular entertainment music of previous period, the plot of the romantic stories tended to end tragically with elements of unrequited love. The popularity of love stories exploded during this time, but often that love was unrequited, unreturned, or ended in a tragic death of one or more of the lovers, as with the play Tristan and Isolde of Richard Wagner, a romantic music composer. Does the story of tragic love story ring a bell to you? Can you name the most famous play with tragic love story ending that was written by Shakespeare? Did I heard you right? Romeo and Juliet? That is correct. No one wants a love story of Romeo and Juliet. We all want a happy ever after ending, right? Another favorite subject of romantic vocal music is remuneration of death, religion, and supernatural. Some romantic vocal music use subjects like death and supernatural elements connected to the real world. In connection to nationalistic music that became popular during the period, many composers focus on the composition music with songs that depicts natural landscapes, includes tearful feelings, and arrival in countryside. A merry gathering of country folks, a thunderstorm, or the chirping of birds in the early morning. Composers brought their musical narratives to life and sound by making unique expression of emotions, creating original music for each piece. In the Romantic periods, it became taboo for the composers to recycle their own musical materials in new works. Other composers of the past period would frequently take chunks from their early works and rework them in later pieces. This was entirely acceptable at that time to help composers create vast music very quickly. However, with the new emphasis on individual emotions, composers make sure that their new works is original and unique. The rise of virtuoso performers in the Romantic period are not only instrumentalists but also singers or vocal performers. One singer sometimes sounds like several characters by use of different vocal ranges. That requires greater range, color, tone, dynamics, and pitch. Let us check how much you are learning. Let's have a quick quiz on what we have been discussing. In your learning activity sheet, activity 2, true or false, read the statement carefully. Write true if the statement describes about romantic period music. Write false if it does not. Number 1, romantic vocal music focus on themselves and with tragic story and unreturned love. Number 2, it is normal for romantic composers to recycle their own work to create new music. And number 3, singers of the romantic period use variety of vocal ranges. Let's check your answers. The statement for number 1 is true. The statement for number 2 is false. And the statement for number 3 is true. Did you get all 3 correct answers? Very good. You are keenly listening to our discussion. Let's continue. Romantic vocal music were written in different ways and different purposes. Here are the romantic music vocal forms. The first vocal form is known as the Lieder or art songs. Lieder is a German term for songs is written to be sung in recital, meaning there is a solo singer and accompanied by a piano. It is called an art song primarily because the song is originally written in a poem. One prominent composer who pioneered art song is Franz Peter Schubert. Let us listen to Franz Peter Schubert, Ave Maria. Does the music sound familiar to you? Beyonce Knows have an English rendition of Ave Maria. Art songs require special skills for both singer and the pianist. The two performers must agree in all aspects of the performance to create a unified partnership. Next vocal form is the Requiem Mass, or also known as the Mass for the Dead. This Mass in Catholic Church is offered for the repose of the soul or souls of one or more deceased persons. Requiem Mass omits parts of the regular Mass that are joyful, such as Gloria and Credo. Instead, they are replaced with songs that are so emotional, such as Eternal Rest Day, Wrath, and Merciful Jesus. Let us listen to an example of Requiem music written by Giuseppe Verdi, a romantic opera composer. Remember that one of the subjects of romantic vocal music is death and religion. The Requiem music is a combination of a powerful vocal performance of a chorale and the orchestra depicting Judgment Day. The most important development of vocal music during this period is the opera. The opera is a dramatic work in one or more acts set to music for singers and instrumentalists. Opera is in the Romantic period become an important source of musical expression. The birth of the opera house came it was a place where all the arts converge, not only music, but poetry, painting, architecture, and dance as well. You will get to appreciate opera on the following days as you will be discussed further by your Music 9 teacher broadcasters. Now, it's time to test your knowledge about our discussion. In your lesson activity sheet, activity 3, multiple choice, read the question and choose the correct answer from the given choices. Write your answer in a clean sheet of paper. And number 1, it is a musical movement influenced by the Romantic period in arts and literature that began in the late 1700s, emphasizing the importance of the individual and emotional experience. A. Individualism. B. Romanticism. C. Classicism. Number 2. Among the many emotional experience, Romanticism, which among the following emotions was often highlighted in vocal music. A. Triumph. B. Joy. C. Longing. And number 3, which among the following story would likely describe a romantic vocal music plot? A. Boy meets girl, fell in love with each other, live happily ever after. B. Boy meets girl, fell in love with each other, got separated, and both characters dies on a tragic death. And letter C. Boy never met girl and lived their lives differently. Your answer will be checked by your MAPE teachers. It has been a very musical learning for all of us today. I hope you have learned a lot. Again, this has been Moms, Heidi, your Music 9 Encore teacher, leaving you with the life lesson we've learned from the music of Romantic period. Music is the universal language of mankind. It expresses that which cannot be said or on which is impossible to be silent. Until next time!
Bahagi mo
Radyo Pilipino.
saan mang bahagi ng Pilipinas, saan mang bahagi ng mundo, anumang uri ng pamumuhay, kabahagi mo. Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino. Sumasahimpapawid sa DWPR 1296 Dagupan, DZTC 828 Tarlac, DZLT 1188 Lucena, DZYM 1539 Mindoro, DWRL 1080 Legazpi, DWRN 657 Naga, DYRB 540 Cebu, DYRL 1035 Bacolod, DYRN 1134 Dumaguete, DXCO 1044 Cagayan de Oro, DXGS 765 General Santos, DXOC 1494 Ozami, DXOW 981 Davao at Radio Filipino Podcast Center Manila. Ito ang kabahagi mo, Radyo Pilipino, napapakinggan on air and online. sa buong mundo sa pamamagitan ng www.radiopilipino.com. RadioPilipino.com. Impormasyong may kalidad at serbisyong may halaga. Kasama, katuwang, kapinoy, kabahagi mo. Kabahagi mo. Radio Pilipino. Radio Pilipino.
Ang ASEAN New Zealand Afforestation Project o ANZAP ay sumusunod at umaayon sa isa sa 5 haligi ng Provincial Government of Tarlac, kalikasan muna. Although Tarlac is landlocked, the province is teeming with natural resources and beauty, and we TarlakHenyos are the stewards of this bounty.
Alam niyo ba na ang first Filipino Olympic medalist ay si Teofilo Ildefonso? Siya ang kauna-unahang Pinoy at Southeast Asian na nakasungkit ng Olympic medal sa swimming division. Tungong Pidig, Ilocos Norte, nagsimula siyang sumali sa mga paligsahan noong 1921 at nakaipon ng halos 100 medals. Noong World War II, nakipaglaban din siya sa mga Hapon at nakaligtas sa Bataan Death March. Ngunit binawian siya ng buhay sa Capas Concentration Camp at hindi na muli natagpuan ang mga labi nito. Alam niyo na, yan ang first Filipino Olympic medalist.
Magandang hapon sa mga manonood at nakikinig ng Aral TarlakHenyo, Project Shine ng DEPED Tarlac Province, sa RTV Tarlac Channel 26 at Converge TV 100 na sa bayan rin naririnig sa DZTC 828 AM Radio Filipino Tarlac. Pagbati po sa ating Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Ronaldo A. Pozon, ASDS Madam Maria Celina L. Vega, ASDS Dr. Armando C. Capili, CID Chief Dr. Paulino D. Dipano, at SJOD Chief Dr. Noel L. Insao, lahat ng mga Education Program Supervisors at mga kapwa Public Schools District Supervisors, mga principals, school heads, mga guro, at syempre ang ating mga mag-aaral at magulang at lahat ng mga nakikinig at nanonood sa mga oras na ito. Special mention sa mga kapatid at kapamilya from San Jose East District. Magandang buhay po sa ating lahat. Welcome po sa ating PSDSR. Ako po si Dr. Venus O. Partido, PSDS ng San Jose East District, sumasahim papawid sa live mula sa bayan ng San Jose, Tarlac, ang inyong magiging host sa hapong ito. Kasama po natin ngayon ang Public Schools District Supervisor ng Victoria West District, Dr. Marisa M. Damian, bilang our guest PSDS ngayong hapong ito. Hello, Ma'am Marisa. Good afternoon po, Ma'am Marisa.
Hello, Ma'am Venus. Magandang hapon po. At magandang hapon din sa lahat ng mga nakikinig at nanonood ng Aral TarlakHenyo, Project Shine, dito sa RTV Tarlac Channel 26. At syempre sa Converge TV 100 na sabayan ding naririnig sa DZTZ 828 AM Radio Filipino Tarlac. Magandang hapon po, live din po ako ngayon dito sa bayan ng Victoria. Nasanay po ako na host, pero sa pagkakataong ito, ako naman po yung inyong guest. So magandang hapon po sa ating lahat.
Yes, Ma'am Marisa. Magandang hapon muli, Ma'am Marisa. First of all, Ma'am Marisa, congratulations sa Victoria West District for the 100% implementation of limited face-to-face classes. Nagagalak po akong ipaalam na lahat ng mga schools, both in elementary and secondary, ay nagbukas na ng klase, di ba, Ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, dito sa amin, ma'am, 15 out of 15, since March 30, nagbukas na po. Already open na po yung ating limited face-to-face classes. So, nais ko rin sanang kunin ng pagkakataon, ma'am. Nabati niyo po kanina yung San Jose District. Kunin ko na rin po yung pagkakataong ito para batiin at i-congratulate yung mga kasamahan natin dito sa Victoria West District for outstandingly complying with the SSAP. At ngayon, successfully implementing the progressive limited face-to-face dito po sa bayan ng Victoria. So congratulations po sa mga kasamahan natin, teaching and non-teaching staff, and also to other stakeholders, syempre ng different schools dito sa Victoria West District. Sa pangunguna po, syempre, ng San Francisco Elementary School under Dr. Elena P. Bartolo, Gabaldon Elementary School under Dr. Babylina Sinas, Maluit Cabrera Elementary School under Dr. Maria Lorena S. Reganit, San Jacinto Elementary School under Miss May Monica Zapanta, Don Casimiro G. Taniedo Integrated School under Dr. Sarius L. Lansangan, Bulo Elementary School under Mrs. Marilyn T. Sanchez, San Andres Elementary School, Dr. Rafael de los Santos, Balayan Elementary School, Mrs. Rosario B. Angeles, Balayang High School, Mr. Agapito Gonzaga, Palakpalak Elementary School, Mrs. Rosalie Velasco, Lalapak Elementary School, Dr. Eden G. Taniedo, Batang-Batang Elementary School, Dr. Rowena D. Samya, Kabuluan Elementary School, Mrs. Lovely M. Taniedo, Balbalato Elementary School, Mrs. Maria Rosario Astrero, Victoria West Central Elementary School under Dr. Nympha. So, gusto ko pong i-congratulate itong mga ito for successfully complying with the SSAT po na binalidate po ng ating composite team ng ating division and recommended highly for face-to-face. So our heartfelt gratitude din po sa ating mga stakeholders ng Victoria West District, first and foremost sa ating LGU for granting immediately the request for concurrence. Bago po man po kami nagsimula, binigyan na po kami, ma'am, ng letter of concurrence. Sige, tuloy-tuloy ang suporta ng aming LGU para sa pagbubukas ng limited face-to-face dito sa bayan ng Victoria. So to our school heads and the teachers, salamat sa effort nila, napakalaking effort po for complying with the SSAT. Sa mga parents na walang sawang tumutulong para matuloy ang face-to-face classes na yan. And with that cooperation and unity, we're able to successfully open 100% ng face-to-face classes dito sa Victoria West District. Yan.
Wow, that's great. Congratulations po sa inyong lahat. 100% implementation. And so, completely open na po lahat ng mga schools nyo. And congratulations again, Ma'am Marisa. At maging sa mga school heads at mga teachers, maging sa mga mag-aaral natin at mga pianos natin. And also the LGU, so supported, no? Yung implementation natin at opening natin para sa face-to-face classes. So sa ating mga tagapakinig at tagapanood ngayong hapon sa ating PSDSR, pakikinggan naman po natin ang mga pressures, measures, at treasures, yung tinatawag nating PMT. Pressure, measures, treasures ng Victoria West District sa kanilang implementation ng limited face-to-face classes sa bayan ng Victoria. Handa ka na ba, Ma'am Marisa?
Anytime, ma'am. Laging handa. Girl Scout tayo dyan, ma'am.
Girl Scout po, Ma'am Marisa. Na-miss tuloy natin yung GSC. You know, ma'am? So, yes, ma'am. After the long preparation for the limited face-to-face classes, eto na tayo ngayon sa implementation. So malaking bagay po na marinig natin sa iba't ibang distrito ang mga pressures, measures, and treasures nila sa implementation ng limited face-to-face classes. So after Herona, na kung saan tayo rin po, ang inyong baabang lingkod ang naging host, ng ating guest PSDS ay si Madam Marilyn, dadako na naman po tayo sa Victoria West District na kung saan ang ating PSDS dito ay laging nag-host. Ngayon naman siya naman ang ating guest. So aalamin natin ang mga best practices, ang mga interventions na nagawa nila para makatulong din sa ibang mga schools, sa ibang mga distrito of course. So Ma'am Marisa, kumusta ang Victoria West District sa implementation ng limited face-to-face classes?
Okay, ma'am. Yung nga nabanggit ko kanina, ma'am, 100% implemented na po ang face-to-face classes in all schools dito sa Victoria. And since March 7 po, as early as March 7, 2022, may mga schools na po tayo nakapagsimula sa kanilang limited face-to-face sa Victoria West. Sila po yung first schools dito sa buong Victoria na nakapag-open din ng schools for the face-to-face classes. Ito po yung mga nauna kong nabanggit kanina, San Francisco Elementary School under Dr. Elena P. Bartolo, which is an SBM Level 3 school, Gabaldon Elementary School, which is also a SBM Level 3 school, and yung sumunod po, pares po yun nung March 7. Pares pong talagang mga effort na mga schools natin. Sumunod naman po nung March 14, Malwit Cabrera, and then sumunod na po nung March 28 and March 31, ang lahat ng schools dito sa Victoria nag-open na po, elementary and secondary. So alam mo Ma'am Venus, nung binisita ko yung mga schools na ito nung unang araw, especially yung nabanggit ko po kanina na 3 schools, hindi ko po talaga maalis na hindi ko sila puntahan. At the opening of the classes, iba po yung feeling ma'am. Hindi mo mapipigilan yung luha mo na makita mo yung mga bata na bumabalik na sa mga schools. Actually ma'am, goosebumps ako sa mga unang araw na yan kasi nakita natin yung mga bata na nakabalik na sila sa school. So bilang isang educator, sabi ko nga, ito yung pangarap natin. Maibalik sila sa school para lalo silang matuto. Alam mo ba ma'am, during the opening pakikipag-dialogue namin sa LGU namin, at first, meron tayong mga, syempre ayaw dahil nga nasa kasagsagan tayo ng level 2, level 3, ang hirap po silang papayagin regarding the implementation of the face-to-face. Pero malakas po yung ating mayor at syempre yung ating urgent, explain natin sa kanila na gusto na natin talagang matuto yung mga bata. Nakita kasi natin yung mga benefits din ng face-to-face at saka yung disadvantages din na naka-distance learning yung mga bata. Talagang pinush po natin. Kaya kahit pa ang daming preparations niyan, alam natin maraming kailangang ilabas dyan at kailangang manpower, maraming kailangan na monetary na ilalabas, but we pursue para sa mga bata. So actually ma'am, natuwa yung mga magulang, kasama din namin yung mga PTA. Actually sa pag-iikot natin, ganun din ang ating LGU during the first day, nag-ikot sila, natuwa po sila. In-interview ko nga po sila, bakit sila masaya. Sabi na kasi ngayon may kasama na silang magtuturo. Sabi po nila sa pagmo-module, hindi na sila all-time teacher din sa kanilang mga anak. Di ba ma'am? Ibang feeling po talaga ma'am.
Yeah, totoo yan ma'am. So totoo po yan Ma'am Marisa. Actually, nabalitaan ko rin sa isang magulang. Gabi pa lang bago ang pasukan. Sabi niya, hindi daw makatulog ang kanya anak sa sobrang excitement niya na pumasok sa bukasan.
Yes, ma'am. Actually, yung mga bata po, ma'am, nauna sila sa mga teachers. May 6 o'clock, 6:30, nandun na sila sa school. Ang klase nila magsisimula ng 7:10, 7:30. Excited silang pumasok.
Super aga talaga nilang pumasok sa paaralan. Imagine ba naman na 2 years na hindi sila pumasok sa mga silid-aralan? Ano, ma'am?
Opo, ma'am. Iba yung saya. Makita mo yung marinig sa kanila na gusto na nila talagang bumalik. Kahit may halong kaba, pero mas nananaig pa rin yung kagustuhan nilang makabalik, ma'am. Kaya at this point, almost 100% ng total enrollment na po yung pumapasok sa mga schools natin dito sa Victoria West District. Ay balik na natin yung karamihan sa mga bata natin.
Yes, ma'am. So ano pa po yung mga treasures ninyo, ma'am? Ano pa po yung mga treasures?
Yes, ma'am. Yun yung mga treasures na nakikita namin, ma'am, yung ngiti, yung pagbabalik ng mga bata natin sa ating mga schools, makita nating masaya sila at natututo with the teachers and classmates, lalong-lalo na. Kasi nabibuild yung kanilang social skills at saka syempre yung self-confidence na rin sa kanilang sarili. Iba kasi yung nasa bahay ka lang, ma'am, na mag-isa mo na nagbabasa lang. Iba din that you socialize with your classmates and with your teachers. Pero syempre, ma'am, sabi nga natin, kasabay nung pagbabalik, makikita natin doon talaga yung resulta ng distance learning. Maliban sa treasures na nabanggit ko, ma'am. Yung treasures natin doon, nakita pala natin, ma'am, yung unity ng ating LGU, ng mga parents. At tingnan nyo, ma'am, prepared ang mga schools. One shot lang ang validation dito sa Victoria West District. Imagine mo, ma'am, pumunta sila dito, validating team natin ng Thursday. Tapos sabi nila, you start on Monday. Ganun po ang validation during mga March 1, March 2. Nag-start kami ng the following, nung Monday na po, immediately after the validation. So nakakatuwa po, that's the treasure, yung unity, yung cooperation ng stakeholders natin sa Victoria West District. Pero sabi ko nga kanina, ma'am, maliban sa treasure, kasabay niyan yung pressures. Resulta ng distance learning natin. Nandyan po talaga yung mga pressures. Hindi isa, marami pong pressures.
So, marami mga pressures, tama. Speaking of pressures, Ma'am Marisa, kwentuhan mo pa kami, Ma'am Marisa, ng mga pressures, yung mga issues, mga challenges na na-encounter ninyo, yung mga measures na rin na ginawa or ginagawa ninyo para ma-address ang mga ito.
Okay, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Since almost a month na po kami, more than a month na, for those na nag-start na po, dito natin nakita talaga yung mga pressures. Unang-una po dyan, dahil nabanggit ko po sa inyo kanina, dahil halos lahat na po ng bata, total enrollment po natin, gusto na nilang makabalik. Marami po tayong schools dito sa Victoria West na ganun yung setup natin. Almost 100% of the total enrollment nasa school na po. So one of the problem po na nakikita natin yung pressure is accommodating almost nung 100% na learners natin sa school para sa limited face-to-face natin. Di ba, ma'am? Kasi nga nandito pa tayo, may limitations pa, limited pa. So how can we accommodate those enrollment? Lalong-lalo na kung ang problema natin, yung ating mga rooms na maliliit at iilan lang din yung mga teachers natin. Kasi nga, ma'am, hindi naman natin mapigilan yung mga bata na pumasok na kasi nga 2 years na at saka gusto na rin talaga nilang matutong mabuti in the four corners of the classrooms. Dahil nung nabalitaan nila na may face-to-face na, araw-araw yan, ma'am, nadaragdagan yung pumapasok na bata. So bago, dagdag na naman ng mga gagamitin, mga upuan sa loob ng mga classrooms. So sa unang school nga, ma'am, na nag-implement sa San Francisco Elementary School, 5 na lang po out of their total enrollment ang pumasok na. 5 na lang yung naka-distance learning. So that's 98% of the total enrollment. Same as true po dun sa ating mga ibang schools sa West na nasa 80 to 90% na yung participate na. So paano yung ginawa natin? So banggitin ko na rin po, ma'am, isabay ko na yung measures mula dun sa measures na naranasan namin. So what did we do? So what did the schools do to accommodate these learners na nabanggit natin? Kasi may limitations tayo based on the issued memorandum ng ating DEPED. Meron po tayong limit pagdating po sa number of learners sa loob ng mga classrooms. Pero bago po lumabas yung RM 180, Regional Memorandum 180, na-implement na po namin yung Set A, Set B, Set C, Set D para ma-accommodate po namin lahat ng mga bata. So, the least po sa hindi po kami agad nag-prioritize kasi alam namin na kailangan din talaga nila. So, rolling po yan, Set A, Set B, Set C, Set D. But we talked to our ASDSS regarding our plans na kung paano namin siya mapapadali, kung bale, Set A, Set B, Set C, Set D, para hindi naman masyadong matagal ang interval, ma'am, ni-raise namin yung mga suggestions and plans namin sa ating mga ESDSS and nabanggit nila doon na i-relay nila sa region. bago pa man namin ma-implement yung aming suggestion na yun, ma'am, lumabas agad ang regional memorandum na parang yung ding aming suggestion for para ma-accommodate yung mga batang
Parang
yun.
tumumpak, oo.
Tumumpak siya dun sa suggestion na yun, ma'am. Kasi nakikita nga natin yung problema. Kasi ma'am, imagine mo naman, ma'am, kung set A yan, 1 week, set B, sa susunod na week, tapos si set C. O, sa 1 month, ma'am, once a week mo lang silang mai-meet. Ang naging problema po dun, ma'am, sabi nga natin, nakalimutan na ni bata pagpasok niya ulit yung mga pinag-aralan niya. Di ba? Parang sayang. Kasi sabi mo mag-module ka, after mong wala na rin po kasi nagsawa na talaga din sila sa modules. Ganun po siya, ma'am. So, ang nangyari po, so we accommodate them dahil meron na po tayong mga provisions ng RM180. Minaximize na po natin yung bilang ng mga bata sa mga classrooms ngayon. Kaya, basta observing po yung 1 meter social distancing pa rin po natin sa school. Since meron naman po tayong mga schools na maluluwag, kung hindi kasya, meron tayong mga open spaces na pwede nilang puntahan at doon po nila ginamit. Yung iba ng mga covered court, yung iba maluluwag din na room, natanggal na lahat ng cabinet, wala na pong natira. Pati yung teacher's table, natanggal na rin po, ma'am, just to accommodate the teachers. Para din hindi rin po pagod yung mga teachers natin. So, mostly ngayon po, 2 sets na lang para ma-accommodate yung mga bata. AM, PM na lang po. Mostly yung mga classes natin dito sa Victoria West. So, na-accommodate po sila based on the Regional Memorandum 180, then din sa revised DMC po natin, 1 Series 2022, which was released April 6, 2022. Saktong-sakto po, ma'am. So, yung problema natin, lagi ko nga pong sinasabi sa kanila na just respond immediately. Kung ano yung need ngayon, i-respond natin. Huwag na nating patagalin. Kasi yung ginagawa natin ngayon, it may be true today, but it may not be true a little later. Hindi tomorrow, ma'am, maya't maya, nababago po. That's the new normal. Kaya, immediate ang respond po ng ating mga kasamaan. Responsive naman po sila. So, pero maliban po doon, meron pa rin po talaga, lalo sa mga kinder po natin, na malalaki. Kasi meron po dito kami na 70 ang enrollment, lahat ay gusto na ding mag face-to-face, pero iisa po yung teacher dahil naka-retire yung teacher. So, doon po kami nag-prioritize muna. Doon po pumasok ang prioritization kasi hindi siya kakasya sa classroom, iisa din si teacher. So, hindi rin sila kakayanin. So, yung iba po, we are planning to do the hybrid since yung iba po naka-online naman. So, habang nagpe-face-to-face si teacher para ma-accommodate nyo yung iba, naka-on po yung Google Meet, nakikinig din sila kay teacher. That is one of our measures using the hybrid form of learning. Sabay ang online sa face-to-face classes. Ganun po, isa sa mga practice namin dito sa Victoria West District. Kung hindi naman kaya sa loob ng classroom, nagamit na utilize po ang ating mga covered court para ma-accommodate yung mga learners po natin. Sabi nga natin, na-maximize.
Talaga lahat ng mga dapat gamitin na mga resources natin, no, Ma'am Marisa. Basta hindi po tayo lumilihis sa RM 180, no po?
RM 180. Tapos meron naman lumabas, ma'am, yung DEPED Order 70, kanya natin, ma'am, 17 Series 2022, which will be implemented, sabi nga natin, kung kaya nating anuhin yun, gawin natin, pero kung hindi pa dahil simulan na nga, ma'am, that will be implemented by 2022-2023.
Yes.
Daming pressures, no, ma'am? Opo.
Yan ang kagandahan, ma'am. Talagang patuloy tayong nag-i-strategize. Walang fix actually, no po? Patuloy na gumagawa ng nakikinig kasi ang ating departamento sa mga actual na nangyayari sa sa field, di po ba? Kaya nagkakaroon ng pagbabago sa mga yung mga alituntunin na dapat nating gawin o dapat nating i-apply para sa implementation ng ating face-to-face classes. Depende po kasi doon sa actual na senaryo o sitwasyon sa field. Di po ba, ma'am?
Tama, ma'am. Unique po ang situation ng bawat isa. Sabi nga natin, one size does not fit all. Kaya iba't iba talaga. They need to strategize. Kaya nga kung nagtatanong tayo, iba naman sa'yo. Kaya sabi nga, that the school heads are empowered to strategize based on the
Yes.
needs talaga. Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Oo. Kaya pagod pero hindi tayo susuko. Yan ang mga kaguruan. Yan ang DepEd, no? Kakayanin para sa mga bata. Wow, ang ganda-ganda po talaga. Yan po ang kaguruan. At yan ang positive spirit ng lahat ng mga kaguruan. At maging tayo ng mga leaders sa DepEd, Ma'am Marisa. So, ito yung sinasabing mga pressures na may measures din. So, ano pa ma'am, maliban sa mga to, ano pa masasabi niyo ma'am?
Meron pang ibang pressures ma'am, lalo na po yung teaching load. Siyempre ma'am, sabi nga natin, we need to accommodate, kailangan nating mag-implement ng different sets and schedules. Nandiyan siyempre yung ma-overload si teacher. Kasi ang number of hours natin in teaching, dapat ang minimum na, ang maximum sana sa mga teachers ay 6 hours in a day. Pero na-maximize po natin doon dahil hindi naman pwedeng ganun lang kaliit yung oras para sa mga bata. So, meron diyang nag-8 hours na straight teaching para sa mga teachers po natin. Meron pa rin namang 6 hours, sakto lang po. Pero makaramihan po sa kanila, 8 hours to 9 hours po silang nagtuturo. Yung iba, mas marami pa doon kasi sabi ko nga kanina ma'am, pag nag-start ang klase ng 7:10, mag-end ng 11:40, pasok ulit sila ng 12:30, tapos matatapos siya ng 5 p.m. Pero hindi naman sila papasok lang ng 7:10 kasi kailangan nilang maunahan yung kanilang mga bata. Papasok sila doon ng before 7. So parang nasa 10 hours po sila sa school. So what are our measures to address this concern? So first of all po, nagkaroon tayo ng orientation with the teachers on RM 180 and yung mga provisions din po nito. Nakipag-dialogue po tayo sa mga teachers natin to explain to them yung need and the reason for doing more than 6 hours. Siyempre ma'am, sasabihin nila sobra-sobra na po kami sa oras, ganito. Pero ipaliwanag, nakukuha yan po sa tamang paliwanag, sa tamang pag-uusap, at ipapaliwanag natin bakit kailangan natin gawin. And so far naman po, naintindihan naman po nila, at nung tinanong po natin sila kung kumusta sila, ang sagot naman nila ay kinakaya. Sabi nga nila, para daw po sa bata. Actually, ma'am, nung in-interview ko sila during my monitoring sa mga schools, pag na-monitor po tayo, nag-stay tayo doon hanggang sa last hour para makita natin talaga yung real scenario hanggang uwian po, ma'am. Nung palabas na po sila, tinanong ko sila in one of our kwentuhan during the uwian, natanong ko, kumusta kayo? Kumusta yung maghapon nyo? So, ang sagot ni Ma'am Haggard, ganon. Pero kaya pa. Tanong ko, pero kaya pa. Sagot naman nila, ma'am, kakayanin ma'am para sa bata. Pagod, pero di susuko. Sabi mo nga kanina, ma'am, pagod, pero di susuko para sa mga bata. Yun yung sagot ng mga teachers natin. Kaya we salute them for that love for service at love for the learners. Ganon po ang mga teachers natin, ma'am.
Totoo yan, ma'am. At nakaka-inspire ang ating mga kaguruan. Kapag nakikita mo talaga, kahit na pagod sila, nakukuha pa nilang mag-TikTok. Yan.
Yun na yung release nila yung stress nila. Makikita ko pala nagpapagod sa kanila.
Stress nila, yung mga pagod nila. Diyan ka magbibilib sa ating mga kaguruan. Ma'am Marisa?
Opo, ma'am. So imagine nyo pa, ma'am, sa pagbabalik ng mga bata sa unang araw nila, kahit na pagod sila. Meron nga akong isang nakausap, ma'am, during the validation, yung nurse po natin na validator, sabi niya, ma'am, pilip ako sa ma-teacher, sabi niya, pagod na pagod sila. Pero tignan mo, ma'am, during the validation, magaganda pa rin sila. Di ba? Napagandang feeling po yung gano'n. Tapos sabi ko nga, ma'am, during the first day, kahit nakikitaan mo sila ng pagod, ma'am, preparation at all, during the first day, meron pa silang mga pa-surprise sa kanilang mga bata during the first day. Mga nagbigay ng mga sleepers, sinagot na nila yung mga sleepers ng kanilang mga estudyante, may mga pa-balloons pa, may mga pakain, libreng mga school supplies during the first day of classes. Yung pusong guro talaga, in spite of the challenges and in spite of the challenges na pinakaharap po nila.
Yes. Yung ang tinatawag nating unconditional love ng ating mga kaguruan. So nakaka-touch talaga, Ma'am Marisa. Teachers love. So very inspiring. So saludo po ako sa lahat ng ating mga kaguruan. Tunay na nga na my teacher, my hero.
True. Saludo sa inyo. Nakaka-inspire talaga sila, ma'am. At isa pa, ma'am, what are our measures, dagdag ko na rin po, we constantly get in touch with them. Open lines po tayo lagi kung meron silang mga problema para hindi na nakakarating sa division kung meron man tayong mga grievances immediately at the school level at sa district level na solve na po natin doon. So, yung isa lang din, ma'am, a little tap on the shoulder, sabi nga natin, ugali po kasi natin na mag-post sa ating FB account ng kanilang mga simple accomplishment to congratulate them for a job well done, appreciation post po natin sa mga efforts and accomplishment po nila. Diba parang sa ating, ma'am, nakaka-boost yun ng moral. And to proper guide them, kailangan din naman, ma'am, kailangan kasi nila ang guidance. We advise them to download yung latest issuance natin, DEPED Order 17 Series of 2022, RM 180 at saka yung kanyang Corrigendum na 229 Series of 2022 and the GMC 1 Series of 2022 para po guided sila. Sabi nga natin, lahat ng ginagawa natin nasusulat para walang dahilan para hindi tayo makasunod. Yun po yung
Yes, DEPED Order number 17 Series of 2022 at RM 229 yun ang bago, no? 2022. So dear listeners and viewers, download po natin yan para guided po tayo. Yan po ang magiging guide natin kung ano po yung gagawin natin.
Yes, ma'am. Dagdag ko rin, ma'am, isa sa mga best practices pa namin to address our issues during implementation kasi sabi nga natin, two heads are better than one. Hindi lang tayo yung nakikinig tayo dun sa ating mga fellow administrators during our meetings. We let them explain their sides, we listen to them regarding their issues at saka yung ano yung mga propose na para ma-solve nila yung mga problema nila. So we give them the opportunity to talk during our meetings, to discuss their concerns, at ano yung mga solutions din nila. And from that, we learn from each other. Baka yung problema mo, problema din pala niya. So yung naibigay mong solution na niya. So we learn from each other. That's one of our best practice po dito sa aming district. We collaborate, then sa ating mga EPSBRs. So by the way po, ma'am, kunin ko na rin palang pagkakataon to thank our area supervisor in Victoria, Madam Dalen I. Roy, and also our kasama na po natin dito sa pagbibigay ng technical assistance dito sa Victoria West District, si Dr. Lamberto Camorot, who are with us during the monitoring of the schools before the implementation and during the implementation of limited face-to-face. So lahat po ng nakikita nating mga problems, pinaparating po natin yan sa during our meeting sa CID para mabigyan at nakakarating naman po sa, di ba ma'am? So naririnig nila yung ating issues at nasosolve po. Kasi kung hindi natin ipaparating, paano po yung mangyayari sa atin sa baba. So tayo po yung nagiging boses ng ating mga kasamahan dito sa ating distrito. So yun po, ma'am.
Yes, totoo yan, ma'am. At saludo rin tayo sa ating mga partner, education program supervisors, of course, sa ating pamunuan, no, ma'am, sa superintendency. Tunay na hindi sila tumitigil, kapagod nila talaga, patuloy na nagmo-monitor at nag-guide sa atin. So, umpisa pa lang yan, ma'am, pero ang daming pressures.
Opo,
But
ma'am.
happy to hear you provided measures to address them at marami kang mga ibinigay na mga treasures, Ma'am Marisa.
Yes,
so,
ma'am.
Thanks for that, ma'am.
Naitatawid natin, ma'am, dahil sa 3 C's na sinasabi nga natin ng ating mga teachers and school heads: competence, compassion, and character nila. Lumabas sa kanila yung pagiging responsive, innovative in these trying times. Sabi nga natin, sulong natin yung dekalidad na edukasyon para sa lahat. Kakayanin para sa mga bata. Yes, ma'am.
Amen for that. Gaano man kahirap ang susuungin, kakayanin natin. Para sa bata, para sa bayan. So, Ma'am Marisa?
Sulong edukalidad, ma'am. Sulong safety rin po.
So, mula sa kaganapang ito, ma'am, ano ang lessons learned ninyo? Pwede bang ibahagi naman po ninyo sa bawat isa sa atin, sa mga manonood natin, sa mga nakikinig sa atin sa hapong ito, at para sa lahat, yung mga tips na maibibigay nyo sa amin para sa inyo.
Yes, ma'am. So it's my honor siyempre para magbigay ng tip din sa inyo from our best practices dito sa Victoria West District. So first of all, let's be flexible. Sabi nga natin, tandaan natin that we are now in the new normal. What may be true today, sabi ko nga po kanina, may not be true. Hindi tomorrow po a little later. So hindi tomorrow yan. So parang yung ano nga ma'am, 'di ba? Meron tayong RM and then a little later, meron lumabas ulit na corrigendum and addendum. So kaya nga sabi natin, be responsive and be flexible with these times. Learn to agree and disagree. Sabi nga natin, yung kung meron tayong hindi maganda, we come up with a better solution pero wag tayong mag-away-away. Pag-usapan natin. Yan. Disagree in an agreeable manner with respect and humility pa rin. Parang pag nagbibigay tayo ng issue sa ating mga nakakataas, ma'am, we say it in a respectful manner, still with humility. And naririnig nila yun sa atin, kaya nababago at nababaging situation kasi they are listening to us at nasusolve yung ating mga problema. Kaya sabi ko nga, let's always wear our 3 C's. Competence, compassion, and character para sa bata, para sa bayan.
Correct lahat yung mga sinabi mo, Ma'am Marisa. So actually, maalala ko ma'am, estudyante pa lang tayo noon, ang mga yan na, ang mga do's of a good teacher na sinasabi na walang kakupas-kupas na dapat isuot ng isang guro. At aktual na nakikita natin sa lahat. Naalala ko nga, nung ini-interview pa lang ako, nung papasok pa lang ako sa, sa pagkaguro, yan na ang tanong sa akin. No, ma'am? So, ginagawa natin ito. Kaya para sa bata, para sa bayan pa rin. Di ba, ma'am?
Opo. That's a noble profession talaga. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. So, salamat, Ma'am Marisa, sa pagpapaunlak ng panayam ngayong hapon. Thank you for sharing with us Victoria West District pressures, measures, and treasures.
Maraming salamat din, Ma'am Venus, sa panahon para may bahagi namin yung aming mga PMT, pressures, measures, and treasures dito sa Victoria West District in the implementation of the limited face-to-face classes.
Isang napakamabuluhang talakayan ang naganap ngayong hapon. Maraming salamat sa ating guest PSDS at sa lahat ng sumubaybay ng segment po na ito. Maraming salamat po. Bago tayo magtapos, may mensahe po ba tayo sa mga tagapakinig at tagapanood, Ma'am Marisa?
Yes, ma'am. Ang dami ko nang nasabi pero hindi ko pa rin palalagpasin ng pagkakataon, ma'am. Napatunayan natin na basta sama-sama, kayang-kaya. At kung gusto, maraming paraan. Sabay-sabay po tayong aahon, sabay-sabay tayong babangon. Arya, Kanlurang, Victoria, Angat Tarlac, Shine Tarlac, Rise Tarlac.
Tama.
Ito po ang inyong likod, Madam Marisa M. Damian mula sa Victoria West District dito sa Victoria, Tarlac.
Okay, ma'am. Stay safe po tayo lagi. Muli po, maraming salamat, Ma'am Marisa, Dr. Marisa Damian of Victoria West District. Maraming salamat po at maging sa ating manunood at nakinig sa segment natin ito. Dito na po nagtatapos ang talakayan sa ating segment sa PSDSR. Naway nagsilbing inspirasyon sa lahat, lalo na po sa mga kaguruan, mga school heads, mga mag-aaral, at magulang ang mga iniwang inspirasyon at tips sa atin ng ating guest, PSDS, Dr. Marisa Damian. Ang kanilang pressures, measures, and treasures. Hanggang sa susunod nating pagsasama-sama, ako po si Venus O. Partido na nagsasabing, let us shine and make others shine. To God be the highest glory. God bless everyone.
Bahagi mo Radyo Pilipino saan mang bahagi ng Pilipinas, saan mang bahagi ng mundo, anumang uri ng pamumuhay, kabahagi mo Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino.